but babe, you're wrong. Yeah, you better step into the light, just give it a try. Think that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you
Ba-da-ba-ba.
go ahead and shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You shouldn't doubt yourself, 'cause you're a work of art. You should know that you are perfect with those flaws. Yeah, you better step into the light, just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Go ahead and shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Shine, go ahead and shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. I'm staying in bed thinking back on us and everything that went wrong. Never said goodbye, think I broke your trust, should've known this all along. Don't wanna be the one that you're trying to avoid. I'm feeling so confused, why did I act so annoyed? 'Cause I don't wanna be strangers, baby. The next time when we meet, and oh, it dawned on me. Yeah, yes it did. Not letting you go, 'cause what we had was gold. And you gotta know, I was standing on the border. The walls around me kept me safe. I couldn't see that I was shutting you out. I was stuck up and proud, but I'm waking up now. Want you to know that I need you. Waking up now. You gotta know that I need you. I'm a little messed up, but it's time for me to be dropping down my defense. I realize I wasn't there for real. What I did didn't make any sense. How can I get you close? I see why you'd be so cold, but you need to forget everything that I've told you. 'Cause I ain't playing it low-key, baby. I'll bring you right
okay. I look into your eyes and see you fade away. No, we're not the same. It's like we're on two sides of the Milky Way. Somehow we got used to the problems. Baby, we got used to falling. I'm tired of feeling blue when I lose myself to love. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. 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 Yeah, I just wanna lose my Do you agree? This is not the way it is supposed to feel. Oh, and I can see there are different paths laid out for you and me. 'Cause baby, I'm a true believer, and I wanna stay true to my feelings. I'm tired of feeling blue when I lose myself to love. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my You interrupt me and I interrupt you. A shame. When did we start losing and stop giving? I remember I gave it time. I love my time. Now my mind's lost in its thoughts. I want you want only you. But my heart's all tied up in knots. Wanna release it. Wanna release it. Wanna release it. Wanna release it. Wanna release it.
To know ya. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Delve into emotion. Leave us in this moment. To know ya. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Delve into emotion. Leave us in this moment.
need a screen share when you're ready, JC.
I hope you brought your wet weather gear, because it is raining in Tier 3. Speaking of 3, this is round 3 of Octane Online Racing's Legend Series. My name is Jamie Conboy, and tonight, as always, it is a pleasure to be joined by Jacob Weatherburn and Alex Bowen. Hello, YouTube chat, and hello to you, Jacob and Alex.
How are you, mate?
Oh, I'm super prepared for this one. I've got all the stats in front of me. I've got all the tables. I've never been more prepared. I reckon it's going to be a good day. And I tell you what, Bender's doing a dance out there at the moment.
I believe this is our first wet race for the season.
It would be.
Well, that's if it stays wet for the race. This is only quali at the moment.
It is very moist. Like, they are wet weather tyres. There's no intermediates here. Oh, we've got the reverse cam happening again, and I haven't got a nappy bag. All right, hang on, bear with me. What am I going to do about this?
And we already have a DNF. There's Lockie James out.
Where's Bender? Is he not in this tier?
That's
Surely he's tier
unfortunate.
3, isn't he?
Oh, Bender might be out tonight.
Late exit by the sound of it, so we'll chuck it on OCR and see how she's going. But yeah, goodness me, he's missed out on his favourite round. It is barreling down. Let's get a... Come on, hang on. Is that going to
Of course, Ocean will be used to these conditions with a first name like that.
Tell you what, they're reasonable times considering it's wet. 116 seems like it's pretty pacey. Look how wet it is. It's coming down in sheets.
Yeah, that is very, very wet.
We can only cross our fingers that it stays like this for the race. We've got Jesse on pole at the moment with a 16.6, which, I mean, doesn't seem like a bad lap in the current conditions. 16.5 at the moment now for Mohammed.
Yeah, all the practice out the door. No one's done wet practice, so who knows what a good time is. But it is pretty tight up the top there, so all the drivers at the moment seem like they've got pretty similar pace. But yeah, it is last week's race winner, Jesse McLean in P2, Mohammed Faizan just topping him. Ocean coming around to post one now. Let's see where this lands her. P9, not too shabby, in the mix. No in-game sound. Yes, thank you. On to that. Yep.
Very early on, without any wet practice, these guys and girls will be getting used to this wet weather. You'll probably find that it'll take them a few laps to get to grips with the amount of grip on track.
Yeah, definitely take a little while. As we see, Tom Maloney has now gone fastest with a 16.4.
I just turned Jacob and Alex up a little bit as well because I like them. Yes! Alright.
Daffa Harris has jumped into P2 with Ethan into P3. The times are getting quicker as they get used to the conditions.
Eslan, last week's P2. Looking to post a lap as well. So who else is missing tonight? We've got a full grid of 20. And with only Bender missing, I reckon it might be Ocean filling in for Bender. That might be it. Full grid.
No, Ocean is racing for Mercedes, and I believe Ocean is now full-time in Tier 3.
Oh,
Yes,
nice.
Ocean is now full-time.
Okay. So...
I have heard that it's Mohammed Faizan replacing Bender in the Alpine.
Right. That's a great start for the sub-in up there in P5 at the moment. Very happy with that.
Becca's saying in chat that this rain will finish prior to the race,
Ah,
which
boo.
is unfortunate.
Well, we're going to have a mixed-up grid for race 1. And then, of course, tonight is the Super Sprint format, so there'll be a reverse grid top 10 for race 2. So it's going to be all over the show here in Tier 3.
Oh yes, it's going to be interesting to see how strategies actually play out, because obviously in this year you don't have the restrictions. Oh, that's loose from Aslan. You don't have the restrictions on your qualifying tyre being your race start tyre, but even then it's wet, so that doesn't matter. But it should hopefully shake up the grid a bit and cause for some exciting races in race 1 and race 2 for the reverse grid.
Fan favourite Gerald Chu.
Let's go, Joe.
So close to an OOR victory last week. Just didn't quite come together for him at the critical stages in Tier 3. And then did God's work up in Tier 1. Did it all in 900-degree steering angle and picked up 100 million seconds worth of penalties before DNFing. So one to forget in Tier 1. But no, very close to the mark in Tier 3 last week. But currently only good enough for P13 is Gerald.
Donny slapped that Ferrari back on top of the timesheets. The 16.3 at the moment.
Donny will be another one who wants to come back strong after last week. Started from pole position in Australia, but then DNF'd, so not the race he was after either. So looking good up there in pole position at the moment is Donny, as Daffer Harritz comes around the final sector here and looks to improve on a 16.4. Does not. That's 13 seconds slower. Clearly wasn't a lap. My apologies. Might be going for another one here, though, so we'll stay on board with Daff.
Oh, and he's lost it. Is he in the wall?
Sorry, Daffer.
Front wing, but he's still got his wheels.
Sorry, Daff.
I tell you what, look how wet it looks off the racing line. There is puddles everywhere.
It is.
You get one wheel off that racing line, you are done for. Joel Barry's DNF
There's
as
another
well.
one there.
The second DNF for quali so far.
That was Joel Barry we saw on the side of the road back there. He is well and truly dead. I don't recall seeing conditions like this. Like, I've seen wet races. This is insane.
That's what I was just about to say. I don't think I've ever recalled seeing this game this wet before. Like, this would be borderline bloody red flag.
In real life, it probably would be, yeah.
Yeah.
It would be. There's puddles everywhere.
Aquaplaning everywhere.
Octane Oldie, he's 3 seconds back on his best time either. So is it getting wetter? Are we not going to... Oh, he's kept it out of the wall as Donny, but again, drivers struggling everywhere. Are we going to see any improvements? Sorry, apologies. Let's look at Donny up there in P1.
I reckon we should see maybe a handful of improvements, maybe just a few drivers pushing a little too hard on their wets over a few laps, maybe just need to cool down the tyres a touch as we jump on board here with Aaron Gavin. Currently 2.5 seconds down, so it's interesting. Maybe the conditions are more suited to the real fresh wets rather than the used ones. Joe Williams is up on his time though, by about 0.02 of a second. He is very wet, pelting it down.
Yellow flags popping up everywhere as guys struggle for traction.
Usually a beautiful track to look at, but it is coming down in sheets. You can't see the mountains, you can hardly see the trees. Can't see anything. This is amazing. Hats off to these drivers for navigating the conditions so far. It's been treacherous.
Joe Williams looking very clean here. Doesn't improve though, half a second. So yeah, maybe the track is just losing a bit of pace here.
Keelan Dryberg, his Red Bull teammate. P9 and 10 for the Red Bull guys.
Keelan Dryberg looking more like a Keelan Wetberg.
That's sharp from you. Bang! That's very good. Oh, we're on form here early up here in the commentary booth. Get ready for 3 tiers of that kind of work.
Of course, that does not include the Aaron Heatherberg that is in Tier 2.
More like Aaron Weatherberg.
Oh!
Oh, we're on fire! It's not going to stop. I can't wait till we get to Tier 1.
Tonight. You can't be making fun of my last name.
Jacob Weatherburn.
I always cop it when this sort of stuff comes up.
Is it Jacob Weatherburn in these conditions, or is it Jacob Weathercool in these conditions?
Definitely weather cool.
Matt Powell definitely does not like that with a wholehearted boo.
It is a terrible noise, this bug, so I try to avoid using this cam in qualifying and in the wet, because tell us, how is Alex's volume, how's Jacob's weather, how's mine, how's the game, etc, etc, how's the mix? I'd like to get that right tonight. Remind me to turn Justin up. He was a little bit quiet last week. He's a very handsome sounding individual. I'm going to turn him up a little bit when we get there. All sounds good. Love that from you. Thank you. Except for this low red bug. Let's get off that.
Tom Maloney's up though, 3/10, so this could be an improvement that puts him into P1. Keelan Dryberg goes fast, 16.2.
Nice, Keelan. That's jumped him up from P9 too, so that's a very good lap from Keelan Dryberg. How does Tom Maloney go here as he comes across the line? Wowee, bang, 4/10 clear in P1. The first driver into the 15s is Tom Maloney. How about that?
Wow, that's quick. He has put together the lap of the gods there.
Daffer is invalidated here, so that's not going to be an improvement. Let's see how Jesse McLean's going, the Williams teammate of Tom Maloney. We'll be running similar, if not the same setup. Oh, that Aston driver doing their best to get out of the way.
11 seconds wide though. So this won't be an improvement as it's already going past the 116s.
Yep. I think Aslan was the Aston Martin who just jumped out of the way of Jesse McLean there as he prepares for his hot lap. So down here in P11 at the moment is Aslan. In saying that, he was P19 on the grid last week and came up and finished in P2, so clearly has the race pace.
Last the first challenge.
Nearly pulled it off last week. If not for that
3-second penalty, he would have won the race.
Yep. So clearly a very fast boy is Aslan. Speaking of very fast boys, woo! Fan favourite Gerald Chu.
And Radicic Suaro.
15-2.
Wow. We were just saying we're only just into the 15s. Radic has gone 15-2. That's amazing. Pace really picking up now.
Drivers starting to blow their own times out of the water.
Out of the water? Good.
When there's rain, you have to make all the puns.
3 minutes to go. Lot of 16s on the board, but it's those 15s of the top few drivers that are really impressive. They're really standing out up there, those 15s. Anyone breaking into the 14s here? I wonder if the track's just starting to evolve a little bit, potentially.
Yeah, it is looking mildly dry. Oh, that was a good save. Looked like that was going around, and Aslan crosses the line to go P5.
Wow, if not for that drift in the last sector, probably into the 15s there too for Aslan, but there are a couple other drivers joining in the 15 basket. Mike Denoldi and Dapper Harritz have just thrown their name into the 15 ring.
Well, Mike Denoldi has the exact same time that Tom Maloney does.
Oh, I love when we have a dead heat.
Fills me with joy, it does.
I would have said they're rare, but I think we had one last week. And some split in ACC at Hungary this week had two. Remember, Alex, we were doing...
Yeah, that was on,
Sunset on Wednesday night. There was two drivers who had the same time. And...
Was it Sunset or was it Ascari Thursday night?
Oh, there's a tyre on
the road. We got a tyre sitting in the middle of the road there.
What's going on
I have a
there?
feeling it was Ascari on Thursday night, because I don't commentate Wednesday nights.
Oh, yeah, no, I think you're spot on. The first one on Thursday night. And there was, four drivers who, well, two had the same time, and then another two had a different time.
I believe we had a pre-season race at Hungary on ACC once where 3 drivers had a dead heat.
Oh,
so you say it's rare,
see it.
We see it all the time. There's Muhammad going here. He was quickest before. He was on provisional pole, so he's got the pace to go P2 with a 15.5. Daffer Harris right behind him goes up at P1. Hello.
Times are really improving now.
Is anyone going to get a 14?
We're on our way with a minute 30 to
We're only
go.
2 tenths off. We've got a minute 30. If the track keeps coming to the drivers like it is now, we may see someone be able to dip into the
Oh,
40.
we've got an Inters. We've got the Inters.
There's a couple on Inters now, yeah. Must be drying up. There's a couple who have chosen to go out there. Gerald Chu on his outlap is on Inters.
One lap. One flying lap on the Inters.
Gerald's got to fly around the track. He's just gone out for his outlap, and a lap time is about a minute 15, and he only has about a minute left. So he's got to be flying, but he's in a bunch of traffic.
I hate to say it, but I think a few of these drivers that have ducked out on Inters are going to miss their flying laps.
Yep. I think Ethan's just
Only
on a bit of a
50
warm-up
seconds
lap here.
left. He should make it to the line, but the car's behind him.
Oh, that's...
Who's that? Like an Alfa Romeo. That is not the way you want to be pointing.
That was Ridiculous in P2.
Looks like he's missing some wing there at the front, so he's not going to be improving. He'll go straight back into the pits. Is Gerald going to make it around here?
Oh, yeah, he's going to make it.
Pretty comfortably. He's got a
He's
little
got
bit
some
of,
traffic in front of him, though.
a little bit of Red Bull traffic in front, yeah. Let's see how he goes, the fan favourite. We'll stay with him.
We'll find out whether these Inters are going to stick. Oh, it's still a bit loose through there.
Donny's
There's
here
your
in the
14.
14s.
There's your 14, ladies and
Ferrari
gentlemen.
driver. Tom Maloney's had enough. A few cars look like they're stopped around the corner here.
Gerald's 3 tenths down, so I don't know where this is going to be improvement.
Those
Inters
Inters just aren't coming to him.
not quite getting the job done on the Inters, although it has stopped raining, so you can see why they risked it for that biscuit.
Is it a delicious biscuit, though?
The delicious biscuit is pole position. It's as delicious as it gets. Hello, Jeremy. Good evening. Jeremy not racing with us tonight, unfortunately. He's away, but tuning in. Love that from you.
Gerald's 1.3 seconds down, so Inters definitely are not the way to go.
Not going to be it.
So I'm not sure we'll see anyone go quicker than that 14.9 from Donny.
Daffer's definitely not on a lap here as he drifts his way around. Gerald's not improving. Keelan Dryberg coming over the line. On Inters doesn't improve. Ethan Cotton going pretty slowly here. Doesn't look like he's going to improve. Bart's in the pits. That might just about be it. Donny Sadewa looks like the man on pole, shaving himself into the 14s. So, there you go.
Wow, what a quali session that
Donny.
was.
Clearly has one lap pace, Donny Sadewa. As I said, started on pole last week in Australia and has backed it up with another pole position here in a very, very moist Austria. So, nice work to you, Donny Sadewa. Daffer Harritt's very quick as well. 15.2 will start from P2. Radicia in P3 with a 15.2 as well. And his Alfa Romeo teammate will be starting from P4 on the opposite side of the grid. Hello, Mrs. Toe. Lovely to see you as always. Thank you for popping in, and plenty of regular names in chat. Loving that from you. So as I said, Donny Sadewa, Daffer Harritz, Radica Coswaro, and Mike Dinaldi were the top 4. All of the top 10 on wet tyres, so that was definitely the tyre to go. A second gap all the way down to P8, and then a few drivers down there probably disappointed with how they went in the wet, but of course not a lot of drivers do wet practice, so you can understand why those times are really stretched out down there. It shows you who is capable in the wet. But as according to the weather report, it's going to be dry for race 1, which we only have as a 25% race. Still the mandatory pit stop, of course. And then
From memory, that should be about 15 laps, maybe a little bit less. I'm actually
No,
not
more
sure.
than that. It is
More than that,
about
is it?
I think it's 19 laps from memory because of this is the short. I believe this
short
is the
track.
shortest track on the F1 calendar, and I believe the actual race is like 70 something laps in real life.
Mm.
So it's about
So yeah, you're
17.
probably looking about 17, 18 laps.
Yeah.
So I heard midweek that the mediums will pretty much last the race distance, but I have no idea what the softs are like around here. Can you give us
Okay.
an insight on that?
Yes, I can give some insight. The softs last probably about 7 laps before they really start to fall off.
Okay, so
And
that's much better than they were at Australia.
and I think the mediums you can get them to the end of the race, but they start to fall off about lap 14, I reckon.
Deckers has just posted in chat that they are re-hosting the race. Someone's having server issues.
Yep,
What a shame.
That's okay. We
So,
can avoid the
sit
bugginess.
tight.
I'm okay with that.
So are most of these guys going to start on mediums? Or do you start on softs, throw the mediums on at an early safety car, and then go to the end of the race?
I reckon tier 3. No offense to them, but I think it's probably likely there's going to be an early-ish safety car, probably about lap 2, lap 3, which will probably be prime opportunity to put the mediums on. However, the softs are really fast towards the end of the race, so if you get a late safety car, that's where the softs will come into their own. So I reckon you'll see a very split strategy in tier 3.
That's what we hope for. That's what makes it exciting.
Yeah, because at the start, the softs are okay, but you don't quite get to use the majority of it because you do have that starting phase where you're sort of in amongst the bit of traffic, and that's sort of where the mediums can be a bit better because they can go on for longer and be consistent for longer. But overall, it's not a lot of difference between a soft medium or a medium soft. It just depends on how the safety cars roll.
Here's my next question. Do you get tyre wear on the formation lap? Is that a thing?
It's a broadcast formation lap, so
Okay, so no tyre wear.
I don't think there's any tyre wear. If it was an immersive formation lap, then yes. But I don't think there's any tyre wear for a broadcast formation lap, and if there is, it is equal among everyone.
How are the constructors' standings looking here in Tier 3? Ferrari, I think are on top.
I would assume so. They've been pretty strong in the first round, and
Donny Sedao's got 2 pole positions and a podium and that, so he'd probably up there. Ah, there they are, yeah. So it is indeed Ferrari leading the way from Williams. Ferrari being, of course, Donny Sedao and Bart Shevitz. And, yeah, the Williams boys, Jesse McLean, Tom Maloney, not far behind. They're only 10 points behind. And then Red Bull, the third team. They're your teams in triple figures, so a good start to the season for Ferrari, Williams, and Red Bull. Keelan Dryberg and Joe Williams. But yeah, an interesting grid considering last week's race results. The grid seems to be really mixed up. There's a lot of Tier 3 seems to be really close, and anyone on their day can have a win here if they get it right. As I said, Donny Sedao were looking really pacey in qualifying, but over the course of a race, it looks like anyone in Tier 3 can, yeah, really shoot up the standings and pick up positions. So,
well, who's our pick? While we're waiting for these guys to rehost, who's our pick for race win tonight?
ooh, all right. Well, seeing as there's 2 races, I reckon Donny Sedao goes from pole to winning this first race. I'll say Donny Sedao for the first one. Maybe a safe pick, Sumi.
Personally, for the first one, I could probably see Daffer Harrods taking the win. For the second race, I'm going to call now. I reckon Joe Williams is going to get that second race.
Joe Williams already calling the second race. All right.
So we look at the championship standings here. Only 6 points separate Donny and Jesse up there in P1 and P2. Of course, Jesse winning his first race in OOR last week in Australia has shot him up the standings.
Mike Denoldi in P3, tell you what, he's got a following. And
over 20,000 subscribers or something on his YouTube, I believe.
Yeah.
And he does stream his F1 races. So if anyone wishes to watch his perspective, jump on over there.
Get him up on a second screen and jump and chat and let him know he's doing all right. Up here in P3, tied in points with Aslan. 80 points for those boys. It is very close up the top there, isn't it?
I think you'll notice that it'll be quite tight amongst all the tiers because this is, of course, accounting for the fact that there is a drop round.
Oh, very good point. Yes. Yeah. Drop points start to really filter out in round 3. So looking forward to this table next week. That'll give us a much better indication of where everyone sits once that drop round started to be a little bit more accurate. 2 rounds, of course, not giving the drop round much work to do.
Yeah, because it's pretty much if you win round 1, but you don't, and then someone else wins round 2, typically they're going to be very close on points based on the drop round existing.
Being a sprint race tonight, does anyone hope for that strategic P10 at the end of this race?
That's where I think Joe Williams will come out on top in race 2. He's down in P13 after quality from memory. And I've heard murmurs that he's rather quick in the dry around here. So, yeah, if he's able to start, maybe if he finishes about P8, P7 in race 1, you could definitely see him moving up the field in race 2.
Tell you what I am noticing that is interesting about these points is I reckon... no, they actually do. No, apologies. No, you're spot on, Alex. I was doing my maths incorrect. They do include the drop round. 106 for Donny, 100 for Jesse McLean. Yep, all right. You're right. Spot on. Shut up, Jamie.
It does help my OCD that all these numbers are very even.
Yeah.
100, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40. That really helps.
There's a few outliers, but they are nice round numbers, most of them. Yep. But yeah, Ferrari leading the constructors and only one Ferrari in that top 10 for the drivers. So Donny Sadeo are really carrying the Ferrari team at the moment. But Chevy,
well, I mean, there's only one Williams in the top 10 as well, and that is Jesse McLean in P2. So pretty much your P1 and P2 in the drivers is your P1 and P2 in the constructors.
Yep, and then it's Red Bull who are 3rd in the constructors, and both their drivers with consistent performances without being up there near the top of the table. So that's why they're doing nicely as well. So we're just loading back in now. We shouldn't be too far away from getting underway here in Tier 3. Off to Bahrain for round 4 next week, which will be a return to our regular format. The full 50%. How are you doing? What do we think of Bahrain?
Lacks the rain, so it should just be called Bar. But either way, it's a very solid track. I haven't tried it since the handling model changed, so I'm not sure how traction's different there. But yeah, it's a really fun track to drive in this game.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bahrain. People don't like it. Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. No. I take that back. Not Saudi Arabia.
Yep, no, it's on the records now. You like Jeddah.
You've said it. You can't take it back.
No. Abu Dhabi was what I was trying to say. Much maligned tracks that aren't popular. I think they're really nice. I like Bahrain especially, but Abu Dhabi with its changes is really good now too.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi with its changes, I can definitely vouch for it being much better than it used to be. I mean, I didn't mind driving the older layout, but the new layouts just flow so much nicer.
Who got fastest lap? Oh, we're not going to have fastest lap points at the moment, are we? Because of the balked. What are we going to do about that? They have to wait for Codemasters to patch it out, I guess, but we've only got one fastest lap on the board, and that was from round 1 while we were doing immersive formation lap. So no fastest lap points.
Would it almost be worth thinking, well, with the glitch, that if you win a race with the fastest lap, but you can't score points for fastest lap because of the glitch, is that, in all intensive purposes, fair to the ones who score fastest lap when this glitch exists?
Yeah, as I said, there's not a lot we can do about it until Codemaster, because I'd rather have no fastest lap points than have one person start on nice fresh tyres and everyone else start on bone cold tyres. That seems even more unfair than handing out. Anyway, Gerald Chu very lucky to grab the first fastest lap point up for grabs, and he's just going to hang on to that one, and he's the only one who's got a fastest lap. Fan favourite Gerald Chu. Nothing wrong with that. It's only one. I'm glad we got it after one round, and when you get halfway through the season and try and work it out then. Spa is amazing. Spa coming up the week after Bahrain. That'll be round 5. Looking forward to Spa. Always good quality racing at Spa. Jeddah can get in the bin. Yes, you my spirit animal, Diebols. All right. We're on our way back. The grid will be set. There will be no qualifying. There won't be much of a delay because they've already got... they'll just have to select setups and whatnot. But other than that, we should be just about ready to get bang into it.
Of course, later on this season, you'll be very disappointed to see that there is no Paul Ricard. But exciting news, there is Paul Ricard for the ACC Endurance Series coming up.
Yeah. I was going to come on singing the French anthem tonight, but I thought, no, I better not.
La Marseillaise?
Yeah. No, very pleased with that. And by one vote, wow, the track vote was almost as exciting as the race is going to be.
I mean, it would have been more exciting than the race if the race was at Indianapolis.
Nah, false.
I'm talking about the track vote.
What would we have done if there was a draw?
Fight to the death.
Scenes. Yeah, me and Bender fighting to the death. Him with his Indy love and me with my Paul Ricard love, and we just.
That would be a good idea. Sprint series, you do Indianapolis versus Paul Ricard. Whoever scores the most points wins. So at that point, it doubles up as a popularity contest, but also as a score points, and you get this track.
Like a popularity contest, I'd get slaughtered. It would be going to Indy, no doubt, if I had to go up against Bender in a popularity contest. That man is as factual as they come and has a very large following. Shattered, we're not seeing him race tonight.
Gerald Chu.
2 DNFs in the first 2 rounds. I wanted to see him do well here. I'm pretty sure he's pretty quick at this track. So, devastated not to see him driving for Alpine tonight.
Alpine.
Alpine. All right, nearly ready to go. Drivers doing their last minute preparations now. Should already have their setups ready to go. They just got to select them. Tyre strategy. Pretty standard here. Soft, medium for these 25% races, or medium soft if you're that ambitious. Probably not likely to see as many crashes and DNFs and safety cars as we saw last week. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably a bit better on traction than Australia.
I was just going to say this long wait might get a few nervous drivers. You never know. It could be absolute shambles.
Oh, even though I'm not driving, I'm definitely getting nervous for this race start.
Yeah, well spotted, Diebols. That race up to turn, is it turn 2, or do we call the kink turn 2 and it's turn 3?
I think on the track map the kink is turn 2. I would have to double check, but I think it's a similar case to Kyalami where the kink is a turn.
Righto, well up to turn 3 then. That really janky, uphill, off camber, lack of traction, bumpy, bloody turn 3. That's where all the action's going to be, so we'll keep an eye on what happens as they head up there for the first time.
I can confirm that on the official F1 track map, turn 2 is the kink.
Das ist die
Just about ready to
Einführungsrunde.
go.
Die Stimmung steigt, während der Start des Rennens
Dutch
immer
Crofty.
näher rückt. Welches Team wird sich durchsetzen? Wer hat heute die richtige Strategie? Gleich werden wir es
We've
wissen.
got 7 out of the 20 drivers starting on softs, which are Donny Sadewa, Dafa Harritz, Mike Dinaldi, Aslan Lizani, Jesse McLean, and I think further down we had a driver on the softs as well. Everyone else on the mediums.
Yep. But good to see a few different strategies being employed.
Bloody pit stop predictor predicting a medium hard race. Get out of here.
It is 100% certain it will be either soft to medium or medium soft, unless there are safety cars in which drivers will most likely go for a multiple stops, try and get onto the soft.
Oh.
As we have a car come out left. Not sure what's happening there.
Never mind. What? Carry on. Let's get ready to go. I think it was Ocean who's disconnected and was driving off in the dirt there, and now she's gone. That's unfortunate. Not how she's going to want to start her race. But those lights are out, and we are on the way down to turn 1. Donny Sadewa getting all sorts of sideways and may lose out here to Dafa Harritz. Side by side up to turn 3. A lot of drivers running wide back there at turn 1. Donny Sadewa looks like he's going to make it up to turn 3 first. Dafa's not done, though. He might send it up the inside here. Let's see how this fares. I reckon he's got it done. Oh, the crisscross from Donny Sadewa. Nearly had him, but Dafa Harritz, the more consistent over the first couple of corners. This is still ongoing down here into this sharp downhill right-hander. We've seen plenty of accidents in real life down here before. Looks like they both get away, but I think they're still side by side. Look at these two go.
Dafa's
Still
now
going.
on his hanging.
Wow-wee. What an opening lap from those two. Dafa Harritz coming out on top. Donny Sadewa getting a little bit sideways off the start, inviting Dafa in, and that is a cracking first lap from Dafa Harritz and Donny Sadewa. Back in the field, Mohammed looks to have dropped a little bit further off those two. Donny's still chasing him down into turn 1. He wants this spot back.
A blistering 17.9 to start off the first lap. Look at how congested this is further back.
Oh, someone around back there. Someone not quite getting turn 1 right.
Zach Graham and Jesse McLean.
Ah, that's unfortunate for Jesse and Zach. It's not the start they would have wanted.
Donny's up into the lead again. And these two, Mike Dinaldi and Mohammed Faizan, and Mike gets through. And Dafa and Donny still going as Mohammed goes up the inside. Where do we even look right now?
It is all happening.
Joe Williams already up to P7.
He is absolutely flying. We did get the heads up that this guy is quick in the dry here. He's up 7 spots already. These guys are really on it in the first 2 laps.
Can we have some time to breathe, Tier 3? Wow!
Oh, DRS is enabled, so take your deep ones
out.
now.
Donny will be having a look at Dafa up into turn 3.
DRS open.
He should get this move done fairly comfortably with DRS open.
Dafa makes him go around the outside.
Around the
He's gonna
outside's
break
not
the
a bad
latest.
place to get the move done. If you're just able to get enough of a run. But no, Dafa defends nicely. So, and neither of them got DRS. I think they were side by side through a DRS detection zone.
Yes, they both missed out on it then. So that's the
Wow.
first time I've ever seen that
I was going to
happen.
say, I've never seen that before.
I have seen that a few times before, and yeah, it definitely affects things as we have a side by side further back. There's Raditya Kiswara and Tom Malone. Oh, that was close.
So we got Lockie James has pitted as well. Mohammed Farzan's already used up his 3 warnings.
Yeah, he's using all the track to defend from Mike Dinaldi, and it's not doing him any good at the moment.
Tell you what though, as a reserve driver up there in P3, he's gained 6 positions so far already.
Here's these two again as Jesse McLean gets 3 seconds, so penalties coming in thick and fast.
Oh, looked like a little bit of a cross up there from Dafa on the exit of turn 1, which might invite Donny to have a real red hot crack again, being asked to go around the outside. Daffa
Got on
taking
the
the
grass a
inside
little bit.
line, going a
Oh,
pretty
he's
fairly
getting
deep
the
there from
grip on this
Daffa.
time.
That's the
And
move.
he'll get the DRS, and see you later. It was a great move there by Donny.
We have a yellow flag. There's Aslan Lizani.
Who's falling back through the field, yeah.
Just spin it, turn 3 by the looks of it. Most likely a bit too much on the throttle. So far, we've had no safety cars. We've had a few yellow flags, but no safety cars.
Gerald Chews unfortunately lost 5 positions off the start. He's
You
down
had
there
to say
in
it.
P10.
You had to
I just
say
had
it.
to say,
Oh,
but
there it
Dapper's
is.
gone. Dapper's spun.
Dapper's
Dapper's
spun.
spun.
Yeah, Daffa's back there on the side of the road. But there's also a McLaren in the first sector who's only just recovered themselves, got them going.
Still no safety car. So that's let Donny break out to a 3.5 second lead now. Daff has fallen all the way back to P16. That's how tightly bunched this field still is.
Oh, Bart just not quite getting turn 1 right there at all, which allows Jacob to fire on past him. And we'll put him under pressure from Ethan Cotton now. Ethan might have a little look up the inside here. No, chooses not to. Falls in behind. Mohammed Faizan looks like he's made a bit of an error.
Joel Barry looks like he's round at turn 1.
Oh, it's deep under brakes there from Mike Denoldi, but he gets it done.
Looks like we've got Bart round at turn 3 as well. So a few drivers starting to struggle here.
Just
Been
had
put
a,
under pressure.
We just had a double Alfa Romeo attack on the Alpine there. Ridiculous Swaro got both Mike Denoldi and Mohammed Faizan into turn 3, I reckon. That's got Tom Maloney right on the back of these lot. And he'll be looking to move up possibly into a podium position later on.
So Donny Sadewa from pole position, currently out here in a world of his own. He's 3.5 seconds clear of Radica Kaswaro, who leads this little pack here. Mike Minoldi has moved up to the P3. Mohammed Faizan's had a great start. He's up 5 spots in P4.
Travis Murdoch's up 9 positions. And
Make
he's going to
that
get
10.
another one here on Joe Williams on
Oh,
the
that's
inside,
deep.
but that's late, that's late.
Oh, he might actually lose a few now.
Going to lose a position there now.
And Mohammed Faizan gets another 3 seconds as Tom Maloney's gotten past. But Travis Murdoch's gotten ahead of Joe Williams.
Really condensed battle pack here being led by Travis Murdoch, as you said, who's moved up to P6. He's gone past Aaron Gavin, Joe Williams and Gerald Chew. Doing very nicely is Travie Murdoch.
I think Aaron Gavin actually followed Travis Murdoch through, because I believe that was Joe Williams in P6 before, now down to P8. This is a crazy race so far.
Donny's had a spin. The race leader's had a spin. He's tumbling down the order.
Boy, oh boy.
Donny's got it wrong out of the final turn. He's dropped all the way back down to P5.
Well, another week with Donny starting on pole. Who's that? That's a Red Bull out
That
there.
is-
Joe Williams potentially going pretty
No,
wide.
that's Donny Sadewa.
Oh,
that
it is
is
Donny
Donny.
still struggling, yes.
He's really struggling on those softs now.
Oh, Gerald! Gerald! Whoa, Gerald!
What is going on in Tier 3 tonight? And this is the time that the mediums are going to get the upper hand on the softs. The softs will start to fall off about now, and the mediums will start to feel like the better tyre. And this, I reckon, will be where the soft runners of Mike Denoldi, Travis Murdoch, Donny Sadewa, and Keelan Dryberg start to fall out of the top 10.
We've got an Alfa Romeo 1-2 at the moment. They are on alternate strategies as well, so that's good for them.
Joe
Tom
Williams
Maloney's
putting a
right
lot
there, though, as we see a side-by-side between Travis Murdoch and Joe Williams, and I think Travis is coming in. Now, you do actually have to follow the white lines in the pit entry here, otherwise you will get a very stern penalty from the stewards post-race.
Oh, speeding into pit lane. Travis Murdoch after such a good start. That's not how you want to enter the pit lane.
How are we already halfway through this race?
It's absolutely flying by. As Donny's trying to make some positions back up. He's back up to P6. He's under attack from Gerald.
Poor old Ocean's having a tough old time trying to reconnect to this one. Looks like her AI is doing pretty well up there in P12, though. I think that's what's going on there. Ocean, we of course watched in the formation lap doing some weird biscuit out the bloody side there and then disconnected from the session. So she's having a hard time trying to reconnect, I think.
Possibly some form of internet outage. Although, at the moment, Ocean's AI is doing a magnificent job.
Yeah, you wouldn't be too displeased with P12 when you came back into it.
Ocean bots.
Should start to see some of the drivers up the front on the soft tyres. Should start making some pit stops pretty soon.
Well, you have already seen a few, in the fact Mike Donaldi came into the pits just before, so too did Keelan Dryberg.
Tell you what, there's a fair few drivers whipping on hards there. I'm not sure whether that's Jeff doing them a bummer or not, but that doesn't seem like the ideal strategy, jumping on hards this late into the race.
Oh, that was close to contact.
I think there was contact there between Donnie and Joe. Donnie just gave Joe a helping hand, really, and sort of boned himself.
And there goes Gerald.
And Gerald says, thank you very much.
He might have some front wing damage if he did make some contact with Joe.
Would have been very minor contact, so I highly doubt it.
Donnie's put himself right back into the clutches of Jacob and Ethan Cotton here as well. So he'll want to be pitting shortly. Surely Donnie jumps in, if not this lap, then definitely the lap after. He's leaking pace.
Oh, here we go.
Coming in now.
Oh, tricky to negotiate that part of the circuit when there's drivers coming in the pits, but they've handled that pretty well.
Gerald True with a 3-second penalty.
Avid's just straight up cursed his man Gerald Chew there. As soon as he said anything.
And some of the medium runners are coming in for softs. We have Raditya Kiswara onto the softs very early. They're not going to last. They're not going to feel great at the end of this race.
This is Bart Chevietz having a little go at Zach Graham. Around the outside, not a lot of grip here, but it looks like he's going to go for a little switchback. This is a weird try and spot to kind of overtake someone. It's not going to happen there. So in behind he goes, but he's all over the back of Graham. Graham on 8-lap-old mediums. Bart Chevietz on the hards here, making the hards look quick.
Yeah, using the hards to great efficiency.
So maybe these drivers just proving us wrong, saying, hey, the hard's a pretty good race tire at most other tracks, and we're giving it a go. Making it look all right, is Bart. Tell you what, he's got a good exit here too.
He's going to get it done pretty easily here. Zach leaves just enough room. Still there, though.
Oh, and goes deep under brakes. Zach, he wants this move. It's a good little battle.
And he's going to have DRS here as Zach, so might get him back as there's contact. No, gives it in.
You're right, though. He did have DRS.
And he has a 3-second penalty just by running slightly wide on the entry there, Zach Graham. Just picked that up then.
Oh, missed the braking point there too, so that'll give Bart a little bit of breathing room. He'll stretch his legs off into the distance.
Meanwhile, Tom Maloney up front, 2 seconds out in front, still yet to make a pit stop. He's driving pretty comfortably out front at the moment.
He's on the optimum strategy with no safety cars having happened in this race because everyone's still facing straight.
Yeah, everyone driving nicely. Very hairy opening lap. That awesome first lap battle between Daffa Harris and Donny Sadewa.
Tom and Muhammad are in the pits, and so too is Joe Williams and Jacob Sevilla.
All of these guys in the top 7 wanting to get those soft tyres on now. Only 6 laps to go. Love these sprint races. They go by so quickly.
Don't they ever?
So, seems Mike Donaldi's still got the jump there on Tom Maloney.
Kiswaro, though, on those softs. I don't know if Tom will come home for 2.5, 6 seconds to make up on Kiswaro, so he's really put the lap times in on those softs in his first couple of laps.
Those softs are not going to be great at the end, though. They are going to be dying a very quick death.
Joe Williams with a nice move up the inside of his teammate Keelan Dryberg there, and was granted DRS to complete the move as well, so he'd be happy with that one. Will Joe on his brand new softs, he'll really start to chase after Donny Sadewa now, who we know is not slow. And Donny's on fresh mediums as well, so it'll be an interesting one to watch that shake out over the next couple of laps if you can track him down.
Aaron Gavin's in the pits. Ethan Cotton's in the pits. Gerald Chu's stayed out for now.
Fan favourite
He's the
Gerald Chu
last
doing the bender
driver.
strap. Love it.
He's the last one to make a pit stop. I dare say you'll probably see him come in this lap.
Yeah, this lap's probably the best lap to come into the pits now for Gerald. If he keeps going much longer, he's not going to get the full effect of the softs. Speaking of the softs, that is Jacob Sevilla.
Ran
Just
past his
getting past
Aston
his
Martin
team.
teammate. Yep, that's,
Blue flags.
Got some congestion coming out of the pits here.
this is all for position. Aaron Gavin on fresh softs, but cold tyres. Jacobs got them warmed up. He's one lap into his... Oh, big collision there between a couple of drivers. Jesse McLean involved with Daffer Harrods there, I think.
No, that's Ethan Cotton.
Indeed, Jesse McLean and Ethan Cotton were the cars involved. So Daffer Harrods picked up...
No, it was Duffer and Ethan. It was the Mercedes and the AlphaTauri. Jesse's in the Williams behind it.
Right, okay, well...
So we've got a McLaren stuck getting out of the way of everyone here in Sector 2. Not a good place to be caught by everyone. Well, they've had a moment off to the outside there.
Hey,
Because Gerald still has not come in.
He's still
decided
rolling
to
around.
stay out.
He wants to do two laps on the softs. He doesn't want them.
He really wants a safety car, but I don't think that he's going to get one.
Not this late in the race, I wouldn't imagine. Even if there was an accident, I'm not sure the safety car would come out now.
It's possible. It came out very, very late in Tier 1 last week.
Trust the process. He's got a lot of supporters, has Gerald. Driving very nicely at the moment, but yeah, still yet to pit. Aslan, 5 seconds for ignoring blue flags. That's an interesting one. You don't see the game hand out all that often.
They must have ignored blue flags for a very long time to get that penalty.
That is rare. And Gerald's into the pits now.
So Gerald pits from P1.
3 laps on these softs.
Could he be thinking more about race 2?
Maybe. It'll be interesting to see where he comes out. He's probably going to come out around that sort of P10 mark.
Well,
I reckon he's thinking more about what's going to happen in race 2 than race 1.
with
P9
3 laps to go,
yep.
Aaron Gavin currently holds P10, but Jacob is chasing him down. He wants it. Gerald's
in
is
P9.
P9 he's coming out, so he's just up in front of this
He's
little...
got that penalty, so he's got to get a move on.
How much is it, 3 seconds? It is just 3 seconds.
But the drivers behind do not have a penalty as Tom Maloney gets past Mike Donaldi in the P2.
Tell you what, this is going to be a good battle through to the end of the race. Mike on mediums, Tom I believe is on softs.
Yes. Those mediums have done a few laps now though.
Mike want to watch out for Mohammed Faizan behind him on a fresh set of softs as well. Could come at him pretty hard in the last couple of laps.
Does have 9 seconds of penalties now. In fact, Mike's not dropped back from Tom.
That 9 seconds penalties is going to put Mohammed Faizan all the way outside the top 10, I can imagine. So these guys are still very bunched together.
Gerald Chu
Gerald
needs to
having a
get
look.
past Keelan here. He wants to make up that 3-second gap that'll land him in P10. He's got DRS open again as he closes up, but he needs to get this corner right. Look at that, sends it up the inside. Gerald Chu moves up into P8, but with a 3-second time penalty, he's got to get a move on and try and create that gap back to P10, which is currently, as I said, Aaron Gavin.
Keelan's not giving it up though.
Keelan with the DRS this
Keelan
time.
got the DRS.
Oh, there's contact there. Both of them still going straight.
They're still side by
Still
side
side by
though.
side.
You would assume Gerald's going to get the position on those softs. He's going to have way more grip.
And P10, Aaron Gavin not far behind now too, so Gerald couldn't really afford many mistakes and got involved with Keelan there a little bit. I tell you what.
Here comes Aaron.
How about the pace there from Aaron Gavin down the inside?
What a move.
Makes it stick. That's a great move down that corner.
And he
see that
keeps the
very often.
DRS on Gerald Chu as well.
Gerald's about 2.7. No, he is over 3 seconds clear of P11, so he should be able to sit in that P10 if things finish the way they are. Gerald just needs to hang on here. Mustafa Harris is having a look at Ethan Cotton.
Gets done pretty easily, even though both have the DRS.
We're on the penultimate lap. We've only got 1 lap to go after this.
Really?
Radicha is 6 seconds clear in P1, doing really nicely up there. Mike Denoldi just hanging off the back of Tom Maloney. He's not too far away from him, but hasn't really made too many moves into that 3/10 territory. So Tom looking strong up there at P2 at the moment. But it is the battle for P10 we will keep our eyes on.
Radicha's just gotten a 3-second penalty. It's not going to do much.
As he crosses onto the final lap, Radicha well clear with that 3-second penalty. There's a yellow flag. Looks like a McLaren of Lockie James is facing backwards just after turn 3.
But you also have a yellow flag in sector 3. It was an AlphaTauri. It was Ethan Cotton.
Gerald Chu with that 3-second penalty is going to drop a few positions, but I reckon it's just about perfect for him. Jacob Sevilla 3.5 seconds behind, so I reckon Gerald drops down to P10, if not P9.
Yeah, but it's that 9-second penalty of Mohammed Faizan. That looks like it might land him in P10. Just looking at the timing screens at the moment, he'll either fall either 9th, 10th or 11th, I can imagine.
Mike's not finished here. He challenged down into turn 4 Tom Maloney. It looked like they did switch positions, but Tom might have got him back. So these guys
Suarez about to round the final turn.
battling all the way to the end. Oh, I'll tell you what, oh, no, that's not the place. Wow, goodness me. Tom well and truly entitled to defend the inside there, and Mike just tried to open the door on him. It is Radicha Quaswaro who wins race 1 here, and then Tom Maloney and Mike Denoldi fighting all the way to the end there. Tom Maloney hanging on to P2 for dear life as Mike Denoldi tried to barge down the door. Back further in the field, pole sitter Danny Sadewa will finish in P5. Aaron Gavin, Gerald Chu finished in P7. Keelan Dryberg, Mohammed Faizan, and Travis Murdoch come from nowhere, I think, on the last lap there.
Those two were, I believe, P4 and P5 at the end of that. So they have dropped from P4 and P5 to the front row for the next race.
That's with those penalties.
Ultimate strat. That is the ultimate strat.
Well, there you go. Travis Murdoch will start on pole for race 2 with the pen strat. It's not very often that penalties are good for your race, but it's worked out nicely here for Travis Murdoch.
It's worked out nicely for Mohammed Faizan as well. Those two are going to be very, very pacey. And as long as they keep it clean, they should be right for the next race.
But goodness me, that move from Mike Denoldi down here into the second last corner on Tom Maloney, I thought that could have ended very, very poorly for both drivers. They got away with it. All's well that ends well, but there would have been some tomatoes thrown if they went sideways and started facing the wrong way, but they got away with it.
That was crazy, and that was only the first race. Still have another full race for Tier 3 to go.
And with a reverse grid too, she's going to be very interesting. So Radicha Quaswaro, having not raced in Hungary or Austria, comes into... Sorry, not raced in Hungary or Australia, comes into Austria and puts himself in P1 for race 1. Nice work, Radicha. For a Mayo team, very happy with a double podium tonight. So they'll come from P4, tied for P4 in the Constructors. That'll really move them up. Nice work to Radicha Quaswaro. Tom Maloney hanging on for P2. He'll be very pleased with that. Mike Denoldi and Tom Maloney having a little bit of a battle there on the last lap. So they finished 2 and 3. Joe Williams comes from P14th to finish in P4. They said he was fast in the dry, and they were not wrong. That's a great result for Joe. He'll be happy with that. Donnie falls back from pole into P5. Aaron Gavin, Gerald Chu, Keelan Dryberg, Mohammed Faizan, and Travis Murdoch round out the top 10. So Travis will start from pole with Mohammed giving him a bit of company. And then further back in the field, no DNFs for the race 1. A couple of spins and a couple of lapped cars, so not the result they would have wanted, but no DNFs and no safety cars in race 1.
Yeah, like there were plenty of yellow flags, but they all kept themselves away from the walls enough to keep their tyres on the car.
Oh, still can't get over that last lap battle between Maloney and Donaldi. That could have been really, really poor. And as I said, all's well that ends well. They both kept it going straight.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of post-race investigation on that. Not trying to say that there was anything done wrong by either party, but I wouldn't be surprised if they want to just have a bit of a look at that just to see if there was any wrongdoing.
So Tom Maloney will enjoy the points. And that'll probably put him inside the top 10 once these points are calculated after Deckers does his work on the abacus later on the week. Donny Sadale will be happy with a handful of points in P5. Mike Donaldi got a strong finish in that one too, and Joe Williams looking really strong this season as well, so there'll be a bit of movement on that table. But of course, with the second race still to come, still plenty of points up on offer.
This is where the excitement starts in these reverse grid races. This is where you get some antsy drivers trying to make moves.
Oh, yeah. The reverse
As
grids...
if the excitement hadn't already started.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Race 1 was really, really up there for excitement.
So, driver interviews. I want to know what chat's thoughts are about driver. What if we get some drivers in here? Not for the sprint format, but next week we're heading to Bahrain for round 4, regular format, full 50% race. And between tier 3 and tier 2, assuming the driver who wins the race has obviously a microphone that works and is willing to come in, how do you feel about some driver interviews? Maybe Alex could run a bit of a questionnaire to them before we head to tier 2, and then Jacob can handle a little driver interview between tier 2 and tier 1. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually think it's a great idea. I hope we really throw it in there. It'll be a great idea to fill in some time between tiers as the other guys are getting ready for quali and whatnot.
What sort of questions, chat, would you want to be asking your drivers? We've got a few ideas. Obviously, Jacob and Alex have floated around a few little questions they want to get out. What sort of interesting questions would you like to ask, for instance, Tom Maloney and Mike Donaldi after that race?
I want to know what would have been said if that all come undone.
Oh. Then I reckon you would have had a few more choice words.
Yes.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? we've worn that question out, I'm sure.
What are you wearing? That's a great question.
Got a question? Who is the sexiest person you know well? And why is it Bender?
It is definitely Bender.
The question was, why is it Bender?
Because he makes me more intelligent.
Fair enough.
And
Intelligence is...
he teaches me new things every day. And because he looks good wet. Have you seen him sweat? I've seen him sweat. He did some Malcolms for us. Oh, very sweaty. He's not listening. Hope he plays this back. We miss you, Bender. Get up in the commentary booth more often. I miss commentating with you. Fold or scrunch? Fold or scrunch for me depends on the quality of the toilet paper.
100%.
Oh,
if it's like
4-ply, doesn't it's fine.
So that, yeah, you fold the 4-ply like the with the ribs and the bumps and the nice toilet paper you fold. But if it's like a public toilet 1-ply piece of baking paper type scenario, you got to scrunch that up and try and get some thickness into it.
Look, the way it is for me is if the toilet paper is in like good condition, like it is like not like half ripped. Oh, most of the time fold. How many folds? It depends on the ply of it. If the condition of the toilet paper is disgusting and like all ripped everywhere, that's when I scrunch.
Baby
Don't you
wipes.
just don't you just love that one ply stuff that feels like you're using a napkin from a fast food restaurant or something?
No, I'm always
Oh
scared.
no! Fast food napkins are can at least don't disintegrate on contact.
Yeah, that's a good point.
One ply just means you fold more. Ain't nobody got
I
time
agree.
for that.
I agree.
I'm not
Gotta
sitting
use, gotta
there.
use half a bloody roll.
I'm not sitting
Exactly.
there hovering
If you have to
over
use
a-
half the bloody roll, use half the bloody roll because whoever's decided to be a cheapskate and use one ply needs to learn it's not gonna save you any money.
No, who loves like public restrooms? It's like that one ply, but it comes out one sheet at a time.
Oh.
You sit there for half an hour
Ah,
pulling sheets
so,
out.
so I hate to continue this talk, but when I was out today doing a market, and one of the toilets there is like this real like fancy one. It's like it's a public toilet, yeah, but it's like has all these buttons that you do to open the door, bring toilet paper out to get your water, get your soap, dry your hands, and the good thing is it's only like one ply of toilet paper, but you press the button and it comes out plenty, so you can fold it multiple times and get good.
Oh, it's very overcast.
It's
here, by the
looking.
way.
I was about to say it's looking very overcast here for race 2. Could be in for a bit of spice.
So the first poll we had up tonight was: will there be any rain in Tier 3? We saw it in qualifying. Does that count?
I'd say yes, because it was in Tier 3,
It's a
despite
part of
the
Tier
fact.
3. That's what I thought. Yep. So do we see rain here in race 2? Based on the information we're being given at the moment, there is a chance of it.
As if we need it to spice things up anymore. Reverse grid, rain,
Oh, it's going to be all over the place.
maybe a drying track halfway through. What more could you ask for?
Chaos. That is what you can ask for. Chaos. Just unadulterated chaos.
While we're waiting for these guys to get ready and start, do we bring up the end of your race, Alex, last week?
No.
Oh, I was going to
No.
wait. I was
Okay.
going to wait.
Do we throw it in there?
Okay.
Straight under the bus.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no.
So, I will say right now, the hards are crap on safety car restarts because once the safety car calls, I'm coming in, you no longer can weave, which means all that tire warming you do beforehand just plummets, and your tires are like 0 degree, like absolute 0 on the restart. And then once you get through turn 1, understeer. Oh, I have a car on my outside. I need to get going because obviously I was trying for the win. I was leading the race at the time. Then all of a sudden, bit too much throttle. Round I go. My teammate sees it, spins in sympathy, and what do you know? We're both out of the race.
That
And then
very
poor
last...
old Mullock had nowhere to go but into the parked cars and into the wall. And
That very
Oh,
last
you had the
safety
same
car.
thing happen to Daniel Wong as well. He'd had plenty of accidents in that race. But yeah, he avoided Jeremy, could not avoid me.
That very last safety car was super sad because
I
we'd seen a safety car. We'd seen someone spin after every safety car up until that point. So we said, who's it going to be for the last one? And we all took our votes. We didn't think it was going to be 4 people who spun, and we definitely didn't want it to be you. We were so sad when it was you.
Yeah. After the race, I basically just sat in my desk chair for 20 minutes, just doing nothing. I could not believe it. Like, I can take positives out of that race though. That was probably one of the most consistent races that I'd done for quite a while. Pace consistency was just right there. I did have to adjust my strategy though with what was going on around me, because there was like 4 safety cars in a VSC. But we better not dwell on that too long, because we're about to get to the start of this one.
No grid, no cars starting from the grass this time. What do you reckon you take us up to turn 1? Jacob Weatherburn, let's go.
5 red lights. And we are underway. They seem to be held there for a long time. Travis Murdoch gets a shocking start from pole position. He is getting mugged by everybody. So it looks like Gerald Chu is around.
No. Oh, no. It's getting worse.
Death, and
multiple deaths.
But no safety car. No
safety
car.
And I think Ocean has just come. Tell you what, I reckon Ocean still hasn't reconnected, because that was... I don't want to say that was her doing that.
We still don't have a safety car, though. There's 3 cars DNF there, and no safety car has been called.
I can't believe there hasn't been a safety car called.
There it is.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. I believe it might only be a virtual safety car, though. No, safety car's coming out now, so we have a full course safety car.
Safety car, yeah.
Unfortunate for Ocean. Gerald, our fan favourite, and Zach Graham all not getting past turn 1. But Travis Murdoch had a shocking start from pole position as well. He's dropped all the way down to P4. Aslan Lizani is up 8 spots to P12 at the end of all that.
So drivers who are on softs will probably want to come in maybe around now for the mediums, although Keelan Dryberg's staying out, maybe hoping that he'll still be able to get the advantage on those tyres. Travis Murdoch is into the pits though, because I'm pretty sure he'd have a maybe.
Yeah, he definitely has wing damage.
damage.
Travis was the first person to hit the spinning Gerald Chu and lost a fair chunk of his front wing, so he's definitely got damage.
Mike Denaldi and Daffa Harritz are also into the pits.
Yeah, Mike's had a pretty bad start as well. He went down 8 positions, avoiding all of that carnage, so...
Oh, Daffa's gone onto the softs. Daffa's had to go onto the softs.
I would have put the hards on if I was going from the mediums to something right now.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No.
Well, with this mixed up grid, there's still a chance that there's plenty of spice left to occur and that perhaps another safety car comes out. And Daffa, with those soft tyres and DRS open, makes up a handful of positions before that safety car comes around, and then he's in the box seat. I reckon it pays off for Daffa Harritz. We'll just see how it plays out. It is a risky call because those soft tyres are not going to last 16 laps with any sort of decent pace anyway.
I'll be looking for these 2 Red Bull drivers to get a move on once this safety car comes in, being, 2 of only 3 drivers on the soft tyre at the moment.
Gerald's in the chat. Oh no. Gerald.
Hello, fan favourite. Unlucky, mate.
He's already asking for reserve slots.
He wants another crack at Tier 1 now that he's sorted that 900 degrees out.
Keep an eye on the Discord, mate. It's a possibility.
I reckon there'd be a slot available possibly, because I believe there are 2 reserves filling in, plus maybe someone from Tier 2 possibly. But that's all to be determined at this stage, so there's a chance.
Hopefully the safety car will come in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, everyone's all together now, so you'd reckon the safety car will be in. This is probably helping some of the guys who start on the softs though, because they'll now be able to take the softs longer and be able to go for the mediums a bit later on in the race and maybe find a bit more pace overall in them.
So it's the 2 Red Bulls up front running the soft tyre strategy at the moment. They are the only drivers inside the top 10 with the soft tyres on at the moment. Everyone else on mediums.
Mohammed Farzan, our reserve for this evening, is going to lead us away under this safety car. Safety car is in this lap.
He's got great pace, has Mohammed Farzan.
Doesn't he what? He's been quick. It's great that all the reserves across all the tiers can step into any car and they're on the pace straight away.
Zach Graham's in the chat calling stupid AI, so I reckon there's been a unfortunate incident where his AI may have taken over momentarily and
No, I believe that's Ocean, who's still not...
Zach Graham is
Yeah,
stating
Zach
in
Graham
chat.
was he not the one facing backwards getting hit by Ocean? Oh no, Gerald Chu was the one sitting backwards. Yeah, alright.
Mohammed Faizan.
Yeah, OC was AI. Yeah, anyway, moving on. Safety car restart. Let's get into it.
Back under green we go. Mohammed Faizan's got a little bit of a gap. He's jumped him by half a second.
Great
Go into
restart.
turn one. Lisa Dayway, he's going to be looking for a better race after what happened in the first one. We head up towards turn 3. Jacob Savic is in 11th at the moment, chasing after his teammate. Aaron Gavin has a look up the inside of Donny there. What a move. You get that done early on.
We have calls that there's rain, and there is rain. Oh my god, there is rain.
There is rain. You can see it coming down now.
Those starting on the softs may have just pulled off a masterstroke.
There
staying
is. And maybe that's why Daffer Harris jumped onto the soft too, knowing that rain was coming.
Tell you what, how many laps are we going to get in? We're going to yellow flag.
Oh, Joe
Who's
Will.
around?
That's Mohammed Faizan. We were just talking him up. He's facing backwards.
There's our first curse of this evening.
So now it is the Red Bull boys on the soft tyres up the front, who, until this rain really sets in, are looking really good up there.
Travis Murdoch already has 3 seconds.
I mean, track limits are pretty easy to pick up around here. There's a lot of runoff, and if you use it, you pretty much get a warning straight away.
He's on the back of Aaron, and Aaron, equally so, is on the back of Joe.
Puts everyone on an even playing field if they're going to need to stop for inters or wets or whatever the hell is coming.
Aaron is defending strong against Donny Sadewa. Donny's going to have a go around the outside, but no, can't get the run.
Dylan Dryberg's out to a second as well, so he's already broken that DRS on his teammate.
I won't be surprised if they try and work together a little bit to give Joe the DRS to defend from drivers behind.
Yeah, definitely rain on the visor now. Only a sprinkling at the moment, but you can see it falling.
That's
Who's going to be the first one? DRS enabled now.
Still enabled DRS, so it can't be raining that hard.
Sprinkling can turn into a very sharp downpour very, very quickly.
Daffer trying to get as much work out of these softs as he can before they all have to pit again and potentially jump on. Oh, what's going on up here?
Apparently rain wasn't even on the forecast. So this is just completely random, so it may not even increase enough to be worth switching to the inters.
Aaron Gavin's gotten past Joe Williams as well, so those soft tyres are not working out for Joe at the moment.
Race winner from race 1, Raditya Kiswaro's up in the P6 at the moment, just behind Donny Sadewa. Tom Malone, he's looking loose in P4. I think crucially, Tom Malone, he's in P4. And he's right there with Joe Williams.
Be interested to see if this rain picks up at all, or whether they're just going to try and hang it out on these dry tyres.
It's going to be tricky, but I think they have to. It's not really increasing.
I was about to say, it actually looks like it's nearly stopped, really.
It's still a few drops falling.
I don't think I've ever seen rain like this, and I got surprised when they opened up the DRS, and it's. I don't think I've ever seen that either, where it's just not been heavy enough to. You can see it just. Well, I think it has stopped now. Honestly, it feels like we're not seeing those visor droplets anymore. Although, as I say, there's a big one. There's a few there, yeah. So it is just a weird sort of spot where it's not raining heavy enough to deactivate DRS.
I will say this has happened before in a Tier 2 race at Monaco a few seasons back. where it was raining, and it felt like it was going to be good enough for inters, but just never got wet enough.
Joe Williams is in the pit, so he's had enough of those softs.
Jesse McLean's got a 3-second penalty.
Standard.
And the pace is still really good too. Like you haven't seen many slips and slides and whatnot, so it's not really. Oh! Deep under brakes, Mike Denoldi on Lockie James. Pulls out of it, does well.
Those Red Bull drivers not pitting under safety car has put Joe Williams all the way back into last place. Choosing not to get off those softs when the safety car come out early. Maloney's dropped down a few spots as well. Suarez goes up the inside of Donny as well, so he is on the move. He's made it up a few positions since the safety car come in. Up 7 since the start of the race. Aslan Lazani's up 12.
Doing very nicely. Well, starting dead last. Wow.
Keelan Dryberg's just holding on now. Without this rain increasing, whenever he pits, he's going to go tumbling down the order.
Ethan Cotton's coming to the pits early. But look at this close battle between Travis Murdoch and Lockie James. Murdoch just has that.
Travis got DRS from Ethan Cotton when he went into the pit, so managed to hold on, but he doesn't have it now, which means Lockie James will fly up around the outside here. Now under braking. How do they fare up into this really tight corner?
Hello, Mike Denoldi.
He's come from nowhere then.
And around the outside, if you don't mind.
Yes,
Travis Murdoch lost himself 2 positions up that straight.
Trying for another here on Lockie James. Can't do it though. So we continue onwards.
Halfway down now.
Halfway.
Yep. And other than that initial turn 1 incident, again, all drivers pointing the right way, looking really strong here.
Keelan Dryberg's in the pits.
Even with the tricky conditions.
That leaves Aaron Gavin with the lead of this race. And I believe Ethan Cotton's got the inters on.
Oh,
no.
That's either an absolute master stroke or...
I think that's shambles because he's dropping massive pace to Joe Williams.
Yeah, if there was no rain on the forecast, I assume this is just going to be this kind of drizzle and it's not going to get wet enough for those inters. I feel like that's not going to be the ball game for Ethan Cotton.
Has everyone pitted now? I believe they have. I believe Aaron Gavin's probably taken over the lead of the race.
No, we no one else.
Oh, no, sorry, the medium guys have still got a pit, don't they?
Yes.
No, they would have all pitted from soft.
No, they need a pit. They started on the mediums. Most drivers started on the mediums.
Who's that around in Sector 2? Joel Barry, looks like he's had a moment at turn 3.
Mike Denoldi and Lockie James side by side here for the last couple of corners. Lockie defending the inside nicely and managing to hold on, but Mike is all over him. That is Aslan Lazani facing the wrong way back there. So he's had a bit of a whoopsie-poopsie coming through that S. Tricky little complex, those S-bends, the left, the right.
Jesse McLean, 5-second penalty.
Pit lane.
Already on top of the 3 that he had.
Minus $5 from the kitty for that one, Jesse. Mike all over the back of Lockie here. Oh,
and he's onto the inters. Jesse is onto the inters.
Wow.
In fact, Ethan's keeping pace with Joel Barry now. I think it might be starting to get to inters conditions, possibly.
The track still looks pretty dry, but
The DRS is still open.
DRS still open.
Yeah, the DRS does not mean...
There's some cars having some moments at the moment.
DRS still being open does not mean it's not inters conditions.
Oh, what a battle this has been. This has been going on for over a lap now. Mike Denoldi and Lockie James, and you're right, they are getting a little sideways now.
They are struggling. So Ethan and Jesse could have pulled off master strokes here and gotten onto the inters early. If it goes that way...
I reckon Jesse might have pulled more of a master stroke than Ethan, though, because, yeah, Ethan's starting to catch up to Joel Barry. We might be on here.
Yeah, all the drivers in front yet to pit, other than Keelan Dryberg and Joe Williams, so...
Those curbs are starting to look a little wet. It might be getting to this point where inters are better.
6
In
laps to
fact,
go.
Donny Sadiwa's in the lead of this race now. He's gotten ahead of Aaron Gavin, but Aaron's got the DRS. And he's going for the lead.
Aaron's going to take it back.
Radich is there as well.
Spyro's right behind him. He's going to get a double.
Oh, bit of a push off track. But Donny's still there, and Raditya is going to have a look now.
Yeah, flat out of battery is Aaron Gavin. Donny used
pitted and slapped on a fresh set of softs.
Donny used a lot of
that's
battery.
so tight between these two.
And the DRS on their way down. They're both flat out of battery now. And they're still going side by side through here.
Aaron is holding on as we have a yellow flag, and that is, I think that is Aslan, or is that Jacob?
Jacob, I think.
It is Jacob, and Aaron's held on. Aaron's held on here and is back into the lead of this race.
What a battle. Seen plenty of side-by-side action already tonight, but that is our front two showing you how it's done. That is excellent driving from both of them. Aaron hanging on for dear life here.
Ethan has overtaken. No news on the inters. Ethan has overtaken Joel Barry. It is right on the crossover point, I reckon. We're right on that crossover point as Raditya's gonna go for a move. Could he get both of them? No, he backs out, but he's gonna still get it on Aaron.
A bit of contact there.
And here comes Tom.
Oh, they've all died! It's all this multiple deaths! No!
You knew it was going to happen sooner or later.
Safety car.
Safety car. So this
Full safety
really
car. This is perfect for those who have not pit yet.
So who's that taken out? Caswaro. Did it take out anyone else? The other guys have all looked like they've kept it straight, but Caswaro ended up in the wall. But he's still going. What do you do now? Some guys have pitted and put softs on. I was going to put inters on. I don't know what's going to happen.
Cheeky bit of shade there from Danny Wong in chat like that. Looking forward to the battle between Thomas Malone and Danny Wong later on, just quietly. There's been a bit of spice in the Discord this week, and those two are going to get their elbows out. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. But in comes Donny to complete his mandatory pit stop. Now, I want to see what tyres he goes on here.
I have no idea what people are
I
going
don't
to
know, exactly. It's going to be... Oh, speeding in the pit lane, Bart. Donny goes on softs. Do any of these front runners go on to the inters? Aaron Gavin, softs.
On.
Bart Sherviet,
They're all going
softs.
softs.
They're all going soft. Tom Maloney,
Tom Maloney's
inters.
on the inters. Tom Maloney, who has wing damage, has decided to go for a gamble on the inters.
I've never seen tyre strategy shaken up this much before.
Yeah.
Everyone else is like they're getting onto the softs except 3 drivers. You got 3 drivers on the mediums that have stayed out as well. Mike DeNulty takes over the lead of this race on 12-lap old mediums.
He pit under the first safety car.
Jesse McLean has now pitted as well and is also going on to inters. So both the Williams boys thinking the inters are going to be the best tyre for this last 4-lap stint, but...
Jesse had inters on, so I don't know if he's pit to put softs on and actually accidentally slapped another set of inters on, maybe? Because he was on inters, so it seems odd that he'd pit for another set of them.
Unless he had wing damage, but yeah, well, then it probably would have swapped his... Who knows? Who knows?
I don't want to call anything at the moment.
I don't know what's going on.
That's the difference, though. You have more than one set of inters for the race.
But all of these guys on the softs, fresh softs, are going to be lightning fast. But they're only going to get about 3 laps, if that, maybe 2.
Yeah, the field not very bunched up at all yet, so the safety car will be out for another lap or 2.
I can imagine there's probably only going to be 1 lap of DRS once this safety car decides to come in. And that's if it comes in this lap. If it doesn't come in this lap, there'll be no more DRS to finish this race.
With the track as dry as it is, you'd think the inters would be the warmer tyre on the restart.
And it is still just this very light sprinkling of rain.
In some parts, it does get to a bit more of a very light rain downpour rather than just a sprinkle, but in other parts, it's still a sprinkle.
So if the safety car comes in this lap, do we get a lap of DRS at the end?
You will, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll get 1 lap of DRS if the safety car comes in this lap.
Whoa.
That is provided, though, that DRS is even enabled to begin with.
Due to it being raining, of course, yeah. So we think it's very much on the cusp of interweather, which is generally the marker.
Safety cars is in this lap. Here we go then.
Boy, oh boy, tier 3. My heart can't do 18 rounds of this.
Donnie is going to be on the ball here with those softs compared to the mediums.
Donnie Sidewa coming from pole position in the first race. Was disappointed to slide down to P5, which is where he would have started. That's smack bang in the 10, so it's basically where he would have started. P6, but look at that.
Can Mike Donalty hang on these worn mediums with everyone behind him on fresh softs?
Safety cars in.
He's tried to go early, but Donnie's right there.
He's going to have a hard time breaking these soft tyres, I can imagine.
Donnie was ready for him. We are green flag racing, and there goes Daffa.
Oh, someone in the wall. Who was that?
That is Daffa Harris.
Daffa Harris. He got a penalty for skipping the corner there, and obviously got
on the throttle too early, and around he went.
Did he hit the wall though? I don't know whether he has any damage.
No, he's only in P11, so he must have managed to straighten it up.
How has he saved that?
No idea.
Donnie's all over Mike up the front.
Oh, and he's got to go around the outside if you don't mind. No, can't do it there.
Mike's going to defend for his life here with only 2 laps to go after this one.
Donnie has the 1 lap pace. He's on the superior tyre. He's still slightly moist.
Joel Barry around. Come on, Mike.
Tom Maloney. I think he's losing positions a bit. I reckon he's gotten Travis Murdoch's had a spin.
So the 2 Haas boys have both spun themselves around this lap. Oh, Donnie's giving
a little touch.
He's going to have to give that position back, and he does, but he loses
Dryberg. Through goes Dryberg.
Oh, here comes Keelan.
2 weeks in a row, Keelan's just come out of nowhere. And...
Oh, no.
Look at this.
Here comes Aaron Gavin. Where does he come from?
Oh my God, 1 lap to go.
Yeah.
We've got a moment back there at T3. There's a few drivers around.
Oh, here comes Aaron Gavin. Oh.
How has he missed the back of that Red Bull then?
Straight through the middle he went, and it cost him. And he drops back a little bit, but he's still involved. And with 1 lap of DRS proceedings and nice soft tyres, he'll think he's in it.
Mike Donalty's cheering that these 3 behind him are having a little battle. He's broken out to 7/10.
There is DRS on this last lap, you'd expect.
There is definitely battles back in the field.
Enough to stay in front though.
Oh, Daffa does well to keep out of the side of Bart there, and Bart runs wide. These 2 still side by side. DRS for the last lap. Let's go.
I reckon Mike Donalty's got enough of a gap that he's going to hang on. Oh, he's nearly punted.
7/10. Can Keelan do anything about it?
Daffa has spun at turn 1 again. 2 laps in a row. Daffa has gone sideways at turn 1, and he's dropping.
It's down to 3/10. The gap's down to 3/10.
Aaron has just given Donnie a fair whack.
Oh, let's go to the front. I think Keelan's might get a move done.
Keelan's going to have a look here. Mike's going to have to defend hard. Keelan's going to try and go around the outside. Who's got the traction? He may have it done. He's going to have the inside for the next one. I think he's got it done.
He's taken the lead of the race on the last lap.
Nice, Keelan. Donnie Sidewa
anything to answer with?
He's going to have to
discount Donnie Sidewa from this either.
He's got to have a mega last sector here, though, Donnie Sidewa, to get this happening. He's going to have DRS open up. Keelan's just got to stay composed. Keelan's just got to keep it calm. I reckon he's done it. Keelan Dryberg, ladies and gentlemen, wins race 2 here in Austria for round 3. Mike Donalty and Donnie Sidewa come over 2 and 3. Aaron Gavin P4. Joe Williams P5. Aslan P6. Tom Maloney went with the inters, and it actually worked out reasonably well. He goes up to P7. Radicha in P8. Jacob and Ethan Cotton round out the top 10. Goodness me.
a finish. Mike Denolti was on 17 lap old mediums at the end then.
That is crazy. What? That was just ridiculous, that was.
Super crazy conditions. I don't think I've ever seen a race that teetered on the edge of dry/interweather like that, where we had drivers coming in for the inters thinking it was going to be wet enough, but DRS was still enabled. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, it's something that's happened before in OOR, but not for a while now.
Keelan Dryberg, we saw him capitalise on a little error from the guys up in P1. They battled through turn 1, got involved in each other's business, and Keelan said, thank you very much. Up into P2 he went, and then he got another one done, and he's finished here in P1. Nice work, Keelan Dryberg. You are the winner of race 2. Get the champers out.
Again, Tier 3 turning it on for us, just like last week.
Another Alfa Romeo on the podium, so 2 podiums in a row will be a very nice bag of points for the Alfa Romeo team. As Mike Denoldi comes home and finishes in P2. And Donny Sadewa was the Ferrari up there joining them on the podium. Aaron Gavin, Joe Williams and Aslan Lizani. Tom Maloney, Radica Caswaro, Jacob Sevilla and Ethan Cotton are the top 10. A few DNFs. Gerald Chu, fan favourite, Zach Graham and Ocean Colangelo unfortunately won't be classified tonight and will miss out on the points, but goodness me, Tier 3. 18 rounds of this for only 3. Wowee.
And I think that will have to do me for tonight, because we've got to quickly switch over to Tier 2, so I won't make my stay too long now. Thank you for having me once again.
Love you, Alex. Thank you very much for joining us in Tier 3. And again, next week in Bahrain, we'll do it again. Until then, good luck in Tier 1 tonight, my good-looking friend.
Thank you. I will see you around.
Righto, everyone. Hold fire. We're coming back for Tier 2. Another 2 25% races on their way.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. You always thought that you were weak, but babe, you're wrong. Yeah, you better step into the light, just give it a try. Think that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Go ahead and shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You shouldn't doubt yourself, 'cause you're a work of art. You should know that you are perfect with those flaws. Yeah, you better step into the light, just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. And who cares if you might mess it up? Go ahead and shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up?
I'm not too sure about that. About the most handsome that one.
I had to say, I don't know if I should take offence to that or not.
Well, if I'm the top of the pile, we're pretty low standards. I'm very good. I'm very good, thank you. Had a pretty fun weekend. And looking forward. I caught the end of Tier 3. Oh, actually, I caught most of Tier 3, actually. That was pretty exciting. Yes. Yeah, it's when you get last little stint safety cars and people on different tires and a little bit of rain, it's all good. Like, all strategy goes out the window and it's just down to raw skill and a bit of luck as well. And it's good fun to watch. It's a fantastic track for racing, this one, so I'm always looking forward to it. Whoa!
No, I got an Aston Martin. Jesus Christ, Robert Wenzel's nearly killed someone going into pit lane there.
Yeah, that was a bit scary.
Just seeing a 1:05.1 from Andre at the moment is our quickest time.
I missed qualifying in Tier 3. What was the fastest time we had in that?
Well, it was in the wet, so
right.
we only just scraped into the 14s, and it was wet. Like Jacob and I both commented that we hadn't seen anything that wet. There's a couple of firsts into. As I said, that crossover point late in that race was just weird to me. I've never seen that before. And then, as I said, Jacob and I, qualifying was super wet. There was sheets of rain coming down. So 1:14 was the quickest time, 1:14.9. We only had one driver scrape into the 14s. Everyone else sort of around about the 15 mark in the wet. So we haven't got a good indication of what dry pace will be like here for qualifying.
I know in the old game you used to be able to do 103s, 104s. So, I mean, these guys are at 105 on their first laps. So I would assume some of them are probably knocked down into the 4s.
Keelan Dryberg's in chat. Nice work, mate. Congratulations on your race win there in race 2. Very nice. Couple of really sharp moves late in that race have netted you a P1. So good stuff for yourself and the Red Bull crew. But tonight we're looking to see how Brian Tan goes. He's won 2 in a row and currently sits clear at the top. So he'll be looking to go 3 from 3 and potentially even 4 from 4. Having a very strong start to the season is Brian Tan. Bryce Holtz.
Not sure it's the smartest idea to be weaving like that with DRS open. Could quite easily lose the rear of that car.
Speaking of the rear of that car, there's a rear of that
Hey,
Haas phase in the wall back there. Who's that? That's Nick Randall, who's struggling to get that going again out there in the Valtteri Bottas line.
Notice we do have a reserve in the McLaren seat. Franco is not racing tonight. Got Michael Gray in the McLaren. Is there any other reserves?
Oh, Nick Randall is struggling with these tyres. Oh, nearly cleaning up a Red Bull there who's probably coming around on their hot lap. So they would have been very happy that Nick Randall got out of the way there. He's just struggling here. We'll get off that.
That looked like he was trying to do a trick there. That was just a perfect 360.
Kennethang might be on an in-lap here, I reckon. He's posted a 105.2. Although he's wringing the neck out of that car through there, so we'll just hang around and we'll see if this is a lap. Heading over towards the pit line now.
Yeah.
That might be the same for Suma, who's just also gone around there. And tell you what, we're seeing plenty of spins here early in qualifying in Tier 2. Didn't see a lot of mistakes in Tier 3. But the drivers here facing sideways more than they're facing forwards at the moment.
The curbs are definitely looking a bit deadly around here. I'm not sure if it's a track where you should stay off a lot of the outside curbs, but some drivers are definitely having problems with them.
Oh, that looked wide from Bevis, but apparently it was still within track limits, and he improves by 3.5 tenths to go up to P3. Crikey, that must have been close there at the exit of the last corner. That looked very, very close. Fine margins from Bevis Lau. Moves him up into P3. Currently sitting in a tie for 4th in the championship is Bevis, so a strong start for him as well. Been in the top 10 on both occasions.
An AlphaTauri 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to point out that the fastest guys from previous races aren't the fastest guys right this session. The Ferraris were always both very quick, like 1, 2, or 3 between both of them last 2 qualifying. So wonder if they have a different strategy in mind, something that looks after the tyres a bit more or something, or haven't done as much practice this week. But yeah, I'm sure they'll pull out a fast time towards the end. Maybe even potentially towing each other. This is a track where towing can be a really big help. There's such a couple of really long straights.
Jeremiah here was on pole position last week before a few issues, apparently. I don't know, some frame skip whatnots, and there's just a few little hardware issues potentially that got Jeremiah unstuck and finished down in P10. So clearly has the 1 lap pace, comes across the line and doesn't improve. So I can't imagine this next one with only 50% battery is going to be an improvement either, but we'll see if Jeremiah can get anywhere near the top step again. Torterra, as we've so readily discussed over the last couple of weeks, plenty of pole positions last season. An absolute bag of pole positions. So another driver with really, really sharp 1 lap pace, currently sitting provisionally pole and is on a lap here. So up into turn 3, very tricky corner, deceptively tricky corner. So many bumps and crevices and things to navigate on the exit of that one, making it really hard to get the traction down. Using all of the track on the outside.
I was noticing there he stayed away from all the curbs on the exit and apex, where it's not that common, but obviously it's really good for his setup / 1 lap pace. He's happy to use some curbs, but he's really, it looks like he's actively avoiding a number of them.
That apex by half a car there. That'll cost him a few tenths. 105 flat.
Oh, that's wide. Yeah, he's going in the pits.
Oh, it's an interesting pit entry from Torterra.
He stayed on it, didn't he?
He went off. I'm pretty sure he goes, I've killed this lap, because he went over the line on the outside, so he just came straight in. I think that's what happened there. Or maybe he wasn't up on his splits.
Meanwhile, the Ferrari has jumped up to a 105 flat and taken P1 off him.
That's what I was expecting. Like I said, I saw both Ferrari boys up in the top
in the Red Bull jumped up into P4.
There we go.
Rosicki. Could be. You thinking of Thomas Rosicki with that one? I think that's where you're getting that from. I'm sticking with Risky Ranger.
That would be it, yeah.
Risky Ranger. I like that.
Risky Ranger. Great name. Great name.
Bodie Mick with a huge performance last week. Started 19th on the grid, DNF'd in qualifying at Australia, and came up and pinched P2 behind Brian Tan.
Oh, because we've got a...
that's Wheels on Judo.
Doing some 3-point turning on the side of the track.
Not the first car we've seen go off there too, so...
Mercedes there off as well.
That is a hot spot.
Yeah, someone's off on the other side. I guess
Bodie Mick. I just gave him a wrap up and he's spun at the same corner.
I'm guessing, like, you're in the middle of the infield there. You've just had a really long left-hand turn. If your tyre pressures aren't right, they might be up pretty high there, and you just start to lose that grip. Because, yeah, this game, as soon as you hit 100 degrees, the tyres just magically change into ice skating rather than hot sticky tyres.
Yeah, once you lose them, they're gone. Dale Beveridge is on an outlap here. A couple of drivers on outlaps, including Andre McLeod and Risky Ranger. Those two currently 2 and 4. So they'll be trying to pinch pole position from the current holder. Momo up there with a 1.050. Very close to breaking into the 104s here in Tier 2.
Look at that though. Everyone all the way down to Diebold in P18 are in the 105s. The
Insanely
entire
close.
field is only 9/10 apart.
Insanely close. That is amazing.
17th is only 6/10 off, so it's only the last couple that are a couple of tenths off. It's
So I mean, you improve your lap by 2/10, you're going to jump a handful of positions.
yeah, that's exciting. It's always exciting when it's that close. Yeah, P13 could go P5 with 3/10. No,
Suma. Nice one. Suma's improved. He's up in a P4.
there we go. We'll probably see a whole bunch of cars dive out of the pits right now as it's getting the
Yeah,
last
with
couple
only
of minutes.
2 minutes to go. Some guys will head out. We'll have one final lap left.
I think Suma's probably going to have to put the Q in the rack at 105.2. Round he goes.
It's around again, so that's another lap. That would be him done for qualifying, I can imagine.
Yep, Risky Ranger has invalidated his lap. He was on an outlap. This was supposed to be it, but he won't improve either because he's not going to have time to get back in there.
But he's actually hasn't used any battery though, so he might be going again.
Maybe time for one
Get
more.
round again.
If he doesn't pit, yep. His tyres a lap old, but he might still be able to draw some pace out of them.
Someone else ran in Sector 3. A lot of drivers are having troubles with that left-right towards the end of the lap.
Williams and Dale Beveridge facing the wrong way back here as he waits to rejoin.
Oh, that's
So this is Risky's last chance.
there we go. Yeah, he's deploying the battery.
Let's see what he manages up here into turn 1. Takes a lot of that inside curve and uses the outside perfectly, so that's a great start. Very tidy first sector here from Risky Ranger.
There's a lot of yellow flags out. There's only 50 seconds to go in the session.
Oh, a little wiggle.
So most guys that are coming around on track should get one lap in.
The throttle blipping is just a spectator bug. Unfortunately, Codemasters haven't yet pulled that one out of the game. 4 or 5 years down the track. I don't know how long it's been in there, but it's just a spectator bug, Abdul Aziz, and not a lot we can do about it, unfortunately. So it is what it is. It only happens when they are at low revs. That's invalid from Risky. That'll do him.
Oh, unlucky. It was looking pretty good. There was only maybe one small mistake on acceleration out of turn 2. That's about the only thing I could point out.
Dunn's had a moment out of turn 1 and binned himself into the wall.
Alright. He's on a valid fast lap and hasn't been held up.
Well,
Check
qualifying's
the
done
flags
now.
out.
So let's see if Momo can set this bar any higher. With a couple of drivers who are up there in that top 5 already having completed their laps or invalidated them.
It's a very nice last sector.
Coming across now. He gets into the 104s with a 104.9. He sets that bar even higher. And I'm not sure there's anyone on track who's going to be challenging him. Berg's still on a lap here, but needs to find a lot of time. Almost 4 tenths to challenge Momo. But won't need to find too much to move up to P3. It's only a tenth or so up there. That's invalid.
Oh,
There goes that one.
so close.
Checkered flag or pits for everybody else. So it is again Momo on pole position. The only driver to break into the 104s with a 104.963. Andre McLeod.
Andre on a lap? No, he's not now. Sorry. I thought he was on a lap.
I think a
P2.
few people,
Sorry,
I think
go
a few
ahead.
people will be a bit disappointed there. There was a number of people looked on pretty hot laps and made a mistake just running wide on that infield there. And a lot of drivers did that this session.
There was a lot of mistakes in that qualifying session from start to finish. Saw a couple of DNFs and plenty of spins, especially through that second sector. So I thought this track was a little bit more grippy than Australia, but not necessarily proving to be the case. But we have already discussed how close this tier is. Look at the gap down to P14, just over half a second. And the gap between P6 and P8 is 7 thousandths, and then it's just so close the whole way down. That is insane. Momo will start from pole. Our reserve driver in the Red Bull down there, Corbin Hammer, will be disappointed with that down in P19. And Ben Curtis, surprisingly, down here in P18. Last week's pole sitter currently down here in P17. So there's a fair mix in positions here, I would suggest. That is just how close Tier 2 is. How far is the second gap? It is a second down to P17. It's only 7 tenths, mind you. Boy, oh boy, wowee, what about that? Hello, Craig Dale. Very happy to see your face in chat once again. Dead set regular, Craig Dale. So that is Tier 2 qualifying done. And now we've got two 25% races in front of us. After the first race, the top 10 will be reversed, and we will head into race 2 with a reverse grid top 10. Here's your standings in Tier 2. Brian Tan, as I said, leading the way, dominating proceedings with 2 race victories, which is 200 points total. But, of course, the drop round gives him the biggest of whackings and takes out one of those. For now, he sits on 100 points due to the drop round. Whereas the drop round working out very nicely for Bodie Mick, who did not place any points on the table in Hungary, but then finished P2 last week. So he finds himself in P2 with 80 points, joined by Ben Curtis, also on 80 points. But Ben, as we already discussed, qualifying well down the grid in this one. Corbin Hanna, another one starting from the back of the grid in P4 in the championship at the moment. Bevis Layout doing nicely in qualifying here and is tied for P4 with 70 points with Corbin Hanna. And then, as you said, Jacob, how about those round numbers all the way down the table? We love that.
This table satisfies me much more than Tier 3.
Even more than the Tier 3 one.
Oh.
Yeah, very nice. The
Very
two...
close. A lot of drivers on even points at the moment, which is good to see. It's a championship battle. It's going to be very close all the way down the table.
Yep, Neil Alexander currently tied on points with his teammate Frank Frankfurt, so you would expect him to build a bit of a gap there with Frank not racing tonight. Neil's just got to complete the race and he'll put some points on the board and jump further up there. Andre McLeod on for a bag of points here, as is Robert Wenzel. Andre and Robert both qualifying well here, so they will move up the table. But into the formation lap we go, as we get prepared to start off here in Tier 2. Dutch Crofty giving us the rundown.
Dank der 3 langen Geraden haben die Fahrer hier sehr gute Überholmöglichkeiten, also freuen wir uns auf spannende Rad-an-Rad-Duelle.
Soft medium, the ideal strat. That or medium soft.
It'll be interesting to see which way these guys go. I think it'll be split 50-50 if I'm honest.
Soft tyres for Momo at the start. But there was a couple of mediums mixed in there from around about P3 down. So there's the front row on softs. Then it looks like there is a mixture of tyre strategy occurring here up the front. So that'll be interesting for the first couple of laps as they sort themselves up to turn 1 and, of course, turn 3. Very tricky. Lap 1, turn 3. That's where the action will be. 5 red lights. Jacob Weatherburn.
And away we go. Good start by everyone. Momo with a great start up the front.
Oh, what's happened back here?
Oh,
These cars mounting each other back here. Oh, my goodness gracious. God.
Nick Brandell, 5-second penalty for a severe collision. Somehow no one has DNF'd.
And Ndika's back here on the start. He hasn't even started the bloody race. He's just hanging out back here. He's avoided all the carnage, though. So maybe that's the strat.
Meanwhile, up the front, it's all clean and well and good, but Jesus, those guys didn't even make it to turn 1.
Absolute chaos at the start of Tier 2. straight away.
Yeah, so he's had a great start.
He's absolutely flown away at the start, and it looked like to me there was a couple of looked like the second row really didn't get away that well, and the row behind was like all of a sudden it was 4 wide in about half a second. So it was a bit of a mix-up, and obviously that happened down the back. It was hard to watch because it was 4 wide at the front and 4 wide at the back, and crashes happening. It's sort of, again, a bit hard to pick who's where and what's happened. It feels like the exact middle of the field is where the big bunch-up happened, and the back tail markers have managed to get through all right.
Poor old Risky in P3's used up all 3 of his warnings in 1 lap. So he's picked up a 3-second time penalty already.
Nick Randall going super deep into turn 1 there and ending up in the fence essentially. So he loses a bunch of positions, and now Decker's challenges his position as well. So up into P13 goes Deckers. Good to see Deckers having another poor start. Goodness me, can that man get some luck on a race start, please? 3 races in a row he has fallen back through the field, but up past Nick Randall into P13, so he's got the work in front of him.
Paul Banana from the back of the grid is up to P10. Ben Curtis is up to P12. They've had a great start.
That's a huge start for Pingu. Yeah, he's obviously avoided that lap 1 carnage and done very nicely for himself. Plenty of drivers having a very good start. Dale Beveridge, another one of those, up 8 positions into P6. DRS enabled for the first time, and Momo is more than a second clear at the front, so he'll be enjoying a sweet little buffer there from Kenneth.
Well, Kenneth has done a good job to pull in 8 tenths in 1 lap, so he is showing a bit of pace here, which is actually just pulling back into DRS range, so he should have it in the second DRS zone of the lap as someone's gone around turn 1. There's Brian.
And unfortunately,
well, it's not going to be a 3-peat tonight. From back here in P17, he'll be very, very happy if he picks up a win in this one. I don't see it happening.
Do another Red Bull round at turn 1 as well.
So the penalties, Risky Ranger picked up a 3-second time penalty for multiple track cut warnings on lap 1. So that was very early to get that one off. I think Bodie Mick had 5 seconds, which is probably served in the pit stops. He's now dead last, having done a stop. So he had 5 seconds with a serious collision, as does Nick Randall, who got the same penalty. So those drivers involved in some carnage lap 1 and 2. But now with the DRS open, we're really starting to see these wings open up and these gaps starting to close. Justin rightly pointing out that Kenneth is underneath that DRS range now. He's going to chase down Momo.
Top 3 guys have created a bit of a gap to P4, but Risky with that 3-second penalty, it's going to hurt him later on. You're going 3 wide up here into turn 3.
That's Neil Alexander up inside of both Deckers and Ben Curtis here, and he's got them both done up into turn 3. Deckers the big loser there, losing out a few spots, but Neil Alexander, if you don't mind, gets the double up into turn 3.
He was one of the cars caught up in that crash. I saw him airborne, so I'm surprised. He's very lucky to have sustained potentially no front wing damage. He might have some body damage, but he has done a fantastic job there, and he's looking like he's on a charge. He's already pulled in about 4 tenths of the group in front.
Drivers have used all their battery already, and for a track that's not very good at regaining your battery, that's a big surprise.
The battle for the lead really starting to heat up now. Kenneth has really closed this gap. Risky Ranger not far behind here either.
I'll have a look at Momo on the next straight, I reckon. They won't get close enough on this one. They get a good run out of this tight right-hander. Oh, Momo's run deep anyway. It's going to cost him 2 positions.
I'd say he's had just a small pinch of brake there and run super wide, and the others are driving away with DRS now. Risky even having half a look at Kenneth there. Let's see the pace of these guys. Again, you never really know. Sometimes that was like a sort of an odd slide, so the tyres might be a bit hot as well. So he's got to now fend through the whole infield with potentially a worse off car for half a lap or so.
Risky's going to want to get some work done on these softs, which will fall off in the next 3 or 4 laps, the pace will decline, and Kenneth will be very, very nicely poised on his mediums. Robert Wenzel has dropped into the pits. He's had enough of those softs. He's getting off them real early. He'll put on the mediums. A couple of drivers have done that as well. Wilson Judo and Andre McLeod jumped on the mediums nice and early. Oh, that is a gigantic boop. Risky has gone straight up the arse of Kenneth Ang. And
Momo takes over the lead of the race again.
That's a fair hit. That'll be a very contentious... Well, I don't think it'll be very contentious at all for the stewards on Tuesday. They'll have a very quick decision over that one. Yeah, that'll be a fair whack. I would suggest that's a bad hit. Kenneth Ang dropping down to P6 after that, now in the clutches of his teammate Bevis Lau, as well as Corbin Hanna, who we've already discussed, has had a mammoth start, up P11 positions in the P8 from the back of the grid.
And Michael Gray and Jeremiah both up 12 as well in 4th and 5th, both taking advantage of other people's misfortune and find themselves only 3 seconds behind the leader. As we've got another person off in turn 1, that's Bodie Mick having another spin. Hopefully he can keep out of the way as he's about to get a whole bunch of boo fags in the next lap or so.
How's Risky kept his front wing on that Red Bull after that absolute shunt of Kenneth?
I have no idea how he has. Surely it's gone into that light yellow or whatever it is, the very start warning as a minimum. Because it was a touch and then a big touch after that. He hit the rear tyre quite hard.
We were talking about Neil not having any damage either. I wonder if there's a bit of a pattern starting to develop there and here in Tier 2.
Yeah. Maybe they forgot to turn it on.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw cars
we
saw
it. We did
start,
actually.
but I'm very surprised none of them DNF'd.
Yeah. Maybe it's not unrealistic. It's on the other one.
You've reduced the standard.
Yeah.
Same as last week, though. Deckers is the race host here, and he is the F1 admin. That man's not getting the rules wrong, so I don't know.
The settings are right when Deckers is hosting.
So I don't know what's going on there, but anyway, onwards we go.
These guys on the softs out front. Momo's in the pits now. Risky's following him in.
It's deciding they're already starting to slow down and he wants to get that pit stop out of the way. Though he's probably going to fall back into some traffic here, though. So he's definitely going to be near some of these people that have come to grief. Yeah, as he's starting to leave the pit lane now, and he's going to catch some people pretty quickly, I'd say.
Probably going to file in behind Dale Beveridge. Andre McLeod could get himself all the way back up in here now. After pitting early. He's right on the back of Momo, and he's got warmer tyres.
It's actually not turned out too bad for him. He does have a bit of clear air here, as long as he doesn't get past here, which he might. Oh, someone cops the speeding pit lane.
He's going to make Andre go around the outside.
Oh, deep.
Oh, they're touched.
Bumping each other.
On his off.
Ferrari goes round.
That's what you don't want to have on your out lap.
It's unfortunate, bit of side-by-side contact there.
Rangi gets past. So theoretical lead has changed.
Theoretical lead belongs to Andre, I believe, at the moment.
Yep. Spot on. Yep.
Oh, Andre, as in... Oh, right, yes. Because he's pitted. Wow.
So he's that early pit stop for him has worked out wonders. I think he pitted on lap 5, maybe?
Yeah, because he was caught in traffic, right? And he thought, oh, let's just go for it and get up there.
Well, we've got 9 drivers left to pit. It'll be interesting to see when they all decide to come in. They're on the mediums, so they'll want to run them fairly long, I can imagine.
Yeah, hope for a safety car potentially as well, because we've had a few yellow flags and the game likes to throw safety cars once we've had a few yellow flags. It's actually quite tight between all these front guys. They're all these people have had one stop. We're all within a few tenths of each other, all in the DRS train. The only real gap we see is back to Neil.
Yeah,
someone's gone off again.
That red light, DNF there.
DNF, yes. No safety car though.
Safety car, not at the moment. It looks like that Red Bull's probably far enough off track. Yep, it's disappeared. So
Jeremiah, Dumping some Urs here. He's looking for a pass.
Can he pull it up?
He does. Oh, they wobble. Who gets DRS? Jeremiah does.
He's going to have another crack at it.
He's Kenneth.
Kenneth's going to have a look at the inside.
Oh, nice.
For a moment there, I thought we were
Oh,
going
the
to get
switch back from
wide.
Jeremiah, though. Nice. They're still going at it, these two. Both of them had DRS on Michael Gray as they came down to turn 4. And they both got past, and then they returned position. Jeremiah with the nice little over-under work gets it done. Hangs on to P3. Awesome
Stay
little
as we
battle
are
there.
and we try again next lap. Bevis is having a look at Corbin here. Looks like Corbin Hender's coming in.
Corbin looks like he's going to drop in the pits, yep. See if we can get those softs to go 7 laps. And now Brian looking very favourable here.
Oh, he's going to have a look up the inside. No, got out of it a little bit there.
Must have,
Back
because
in
he had DRS open. And
Yeah.
Bevis didn't have DRS, so he must have got way off the throttle there to allow that to...
I tell you what, I'd rather pass at turn 3 than turn 1 on this track.
The second he pulls out, he just stops.
Yeah.
Maybe he's running a lot more wing. That's all I can think of. That is unbelievably different. Oh, a little bit of a touch again.
DRS open again. This looks like it'll be the one.
Surely goes to... No, he's going to go to the outside again. I would have tried to
Or
force
deep
me
on
way
the
out
brakes
the
with Bevis,
inside.
though. Both these drivers on 10-lap old mediums, so the grip not quite as strong as it was at the start.
He'll have the inside. Yeah, he's got the move done now.
I think they've both just used most of their battery too, both down at around the 10% mark. Although we didn't see the flash from Brian in front, so maybe he's got a little bit more left.
He hasn't got much more, but he has...
Oh, we had a yellow flag just around the corner here. Looks like Kenneth's had a moment. On the
inside.
he was on the inside of the track. He gets tumbling down the road. He's going to go into pit lane now.
Yeah. It's not what he wants to see. He's
Jeremiah's in the pits, putting those softs on.
The rest of the pit stops.
coming out.
The rest of the pit stops surely get done in this next lap or two.
Yeah, the front runners need to get off these mediums now. They'll be much quicker when they put the softs on.
Man, they've got such a gap though. The guys who pitted have gained 5 seconds on Jeremiah.
Yep, this is the battle for the lead, essentially, here. Risky is involved here, but is going to get a pretty significant whack from the stewards. So, basically, it is down to Robert Wenzel and Andre McLeod to sort themselves out, and they are side by side sorting themselves out right now as we speak. Robert Wenzel is flat out of battery, but it looks like he's got that one done. Nicely done here with 6 laps to go. Robert Wenzel takes the provisional lead of this race.
With no ERS to help him defend up these DRS zones. So I'd be looking for Andre to have a look into turn 3 again.
Got Aaron coming in the pits, the current race leader.
Ryan Tan's in as well.
How close will it be? If he's within 4 or 5 seconds, I reckon he's got a fair shot. Only 5 laps to do on the softs. He's coming out pretty close.
He's going to tack onto the back of this group here. Yeah, he's less than a second behind Momo.
This is Risky from Risky. Oh, we've seen him get this corner wrong already. He does nicely to get on the anchors there and pull it up. Already with an in-game penalty. But as we discussed, probably going to have one from the stewards midweek as well. But he's not done racing. He's going to go out with a bang. Here's Risky. This is allowing Robert Wenzel, by the way, to just stretch his legs out there a little bit, which he'll be enjoying. Andre McLeod will be asking Risky to very kindly bugger off.
Has Aaron had a
Fortunately
spin?
for Aaron Heather, he's had a spin at turn 3 on the lap on those fresh softs. He was right in this battle for P1, but unfortunately just couldn't stick it.
Yeah, he's lost 10 seconds now, so he's going to be out of the running for the front. That's really unfortunate. I thought he was on for a really good show here with 5
I think
laps.
he would have been really on for it. He would have had the pace over all of these guys. But still a couple of cars to pit. Michael Gray still hasn't pitted yet.
Really hoping
Whoa! See you, Risky. That's
stage right.
That's him going round and round. He goes.
Jeremiah gets a 3-second penalty on the soft runners. He's not that far behind this group. He has pulled in a second in a lap. He was 4.9, was 4.1. and gaining.
When does Michael Gray come in? He's lost 7 or 8 tenths of a second to these guys behind him just on this lap alone. So you would think he's got to come in now and get those soft tyres on. So Neil's having a look up the inside of Risky here.
Oh, he was a long way back at the break, at the turning point, so it would have been a send, and it was. Risky managing to keep it on the straight and narrow, but of course we know that Risky's probably on cooked tyres here at this point. He'll be struggling for pace.
Michael Gray is in the pits. It'll be interesting to see where he comes out.
Nice work on the bender strat. Michael Gray looking good up there in P1. Onto the softs he goes for the last couple of laps.
I think he's going to come out around this
Come out in
around this
P5.
battle. Yeah.
Yeah, just in front of this battle, I think.
All right. Well,
Fantastic for him. He started a fair way down the field, I believe. So to be up there in P5 now.
yes. Yeah, he was way back at the start.
Brian Tan's got plenty of battery here up the inside of Neil Alexander.
He's
Jeremiah in front of Michael has a 3-second time penalty as well. So if he can stay within that 3 seconds, he'll pick up a P4.
Oh, what an exit out of turn 3 there from Neil Alexander, who
dumps all the DRS as well.
It's all the DRS though. Brian Tan is on fresh softs and got beaten on exit by Neil. But then the DRS opened up for the soft tyre runner and Brian got it back, so he hangs on.
Got Corbin Hanna's in the box seat here at the moment in P10. He's got half a second back to Kenneth. He can hold on. He'll find himself on pole position for the next race with Ben Curtis currently in P9.
Yeah, the battle for P10 is pretty close. There's a couple of cars involved here.
Kenneth's starting to put the pressure on him though. So it looks like he's got a bit of a run on him here. He's going to have a look into turn 1. He is. He get well past him before the braking zone. Corbin's going to try and hang it round the outside. And he's now going to lose a position to Bevis.
Someone else also gone off at turn 1 again. One of the
Aaron around again.
No, Aaron. Poor Aaron. He was having such a good race, and he finds himself all the way down the back now.
Andre McLeod's been passed by Momo while we were watching this battle too, which brings Momo right into this race win potentially.
Wow.
He's got the pace. He'll see if he can close down on Suma. Our pole sitter looking like he's really threatening for this race win at the moment. But again, this battle for P10, Kenneth Ang, Bevis Lau, Corbin Hanna, all involved. And they're all behind Ben Curtis, who's done very nicely this one to come up from the back of the field and pulling himself in P9. Look out for him next race too, starting from P2 if that's where he lands.
40% battery. He needs to start dumping this battery to get back onto the back of these two AlphaTauris.
He does. He engages it here, but with no DRS. Oh, he has got the DRS here. That's only just. But only just is just enough.
Bevis is putting some pressure on Kenneth.
These are the two AlphaTauri teammates. No team orders here.
Well, they're quickly catching the car in front with no DRS and no ERS.
Like Bevis got out of it before the braking zone. He thought better of it.
Oh, we've got someone gone around. Oh, it's Bodie Mick again.
Around again.
Poor old Bodie's having a race to forget.
We're on the penultimate lap. It goes by quickly. We're coming onto the last lap now.
Oh no, he's just trying to rejoin the jack. Come on, just let him go. He's just trying to rejoin.
He had that in the round 1 as well. He got right off track to avoid getting
no.
the game, pinned him with penalties.
All right. Do you mind if we watch? Oh, this is going to be tight. This is a hard spot to pass.
Oh, he's done it nicely, Kenneth Hang.
That puts
Great
Ben
move.
Curtis in opposition spot for the last lap.
Do you mind if we watch the battle for the lead? Here we go. 2 tenths to gap.
Is he going to have a look? He's going to go to the inside.
And waits for the DRS zone. Notice that. He waited. He sort of lifted off the brake and then got back on the brake to make sure that he would have DRS up the straight.
Up the inside here. He's going to get the move done on the last lap. Zuma's going to try and hang it round the outside.
Oh, it's as tight as it gets, and they're still at it.
Inside now.
What a hold.
Momo giving him the room,
Zuma's
which allows him to keep the inside line down here. Oh, he got off it. Momo's done well. That's big balls play from Momo.
Good racing.
That is great racing by both drivers. Absolutely. It looks like it's going to be Momo who comes home and takes the win here from pole. Great drive. Suma will be very happy with P2, and Andre McLeod will very happily pick up a podium there. Michael Gray did the bender strap the first stint.
Nick Randell's found himself in P10 at the moment. Don't know where the hell he's come from.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of an issue there for the last lap on Kenneth Ang's part, so he falls back down the field.
Yeah, a couple of drivers just magnets for bad luck this race. We had 2 or 3 drivers that were in 3 or more incidences.
Michael Gray and Jeremiah, though, up 12 positions in race 1.
Absolute shake-up of the order. Look at all those green and red lights. As you said, Justin, there's a couple of drivers who have races to forget there, but a couple, Michael Gray and Jeremiah Marco, the most of those, but Neil Alexander as well as Ben Curtis coming from the back of the field with their experience, jumping up a whole heap of positions to finish inside that top 10, which, as we discussed, will be reversed. So Nick Randell will start from pole with Ben Curtis joining him on the front row. But race winner, Jaya Eng. Momo grabs this one here in round 3. Race 1 winner with a really strong performance, especially in that last couple of laps. He put him under all sorts of pressure. And Suma drove very well, very close battling side by side a couple of times that race by Suma, but Momo getting the best of that last battle and finishing on top. So it is Momo in P1. He'll come out and he'll get the champers out. He'll give Suma a good spray. Those two enjoying their last lap battle. And the Alpine of Andre McLeod will be very happy with P3. That'll do his championship standings the world of good. Currently down here as a reserve driver is Andre McLeod. I'm not sure that's the case, is it? Andre McLeod as a reserve. I don't know if that's a typo. If that's the case. Interesting. Might be. Not sure. There's definitely a lot of drivers on the points board here. But anyway, it is Momo in P1. Also grabbed the purple lap, but that won't count for squat. Robert Wenzel and Andre McLeod are the podium sitters. Michael Gray and Jeremiah Marco, hats off to those. Starting 16th and 17th, followed each other through the field and finished 4th and 5th. Brian Tan and Neil Alexander also doing nicely to finish 6th and 7th from their starting positions. Risky Ranger, he'll cop a visit from the stewards. Late on Tuesday, I'll get a knock on the door. Ben Curtis and Nick Randell round out the top 10. Andika, unfortunately, took about 3.5 years to get off the line originally and then just didn't do much for the rest of it. So he DNF'd in that one. We'll see if he can improve in race 2 of Tier 2, which won't take us long to get into.
I was just going to say, I was quite surprised that there was no safety car that race. There was quite a few off tracks and spins and crashes. There was lots of broken bits of cars at certain points, and yeah, not a single safety car, not even a VSC.
I could not for the life of me believe that lap 1 incident wasn't like, maybe they don't bring out safety cars, but that makes little to no sense that you wouldn't bring out a safety car lap 1. But I thought that was going to be an instant safety car. That we didn't even make it to turn 1.
The safety cars only come out if a car DNFs.
Well,
and the fact that no one DNF surprisingly means that I believe the safety car won't come out. You might get a VSC, but that didn't happen either.
But how was there no DNF? As Justin pointed out, Neil Alexander was doing some Discovery Channel bullshit on someone. There was 4 cars involved, and they're all stacked on top of each other. It was just a shambles. How was there no safety car there? Anyway, here's what it is. Probably worked out for a lot of the drivers up the front who wouldn't have wanted the safety car, especially the ones on the medium tyres. It was too early to get off those. So you win some, you lose some. And that is just how the cookie crumbles. Here in Tier 2,
Michael Gray is a reserve, getting himself all the way up there to think P5 he finished. Putting his hand up to say, even though as a reserve, he's got the pace to keep up with these guys.
Yeah, great. He was in Tier 1 as a reserve last week, was he not?
Yes, I believe so.
No. He was in Tier 2, and he was in the lead of the race, and we cursed him, remember? and we were just saying how well he was doing, and Torterra was coming up.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Around the
Yep.
exit of turn 5, and then around he went.
We're good at that.
Yeah, we've lined up a couple already tonight. We've got the cannon on.
Yeah, like I said, I think there's a few people just with the bad luck magnets on their cars today. One in particular was Kenneth there. He got turned around at least twice. That were nothing really to do with his own issue. It was just a bit of a boot from behind, and around he went twice. And then we had one not sighted on camera as well. So who else knows what happened? But hopefully he got it all out of the way for that race, and it can go better for him in the next race. So it was top 10 reverse grid, correct?
Top 10 reverse grid. Indeed it is. We'll throw on some tunes for you lovely people just while we wait for this one to come back. We won't be long. Don't go far. It'll be about 2 minutes. We'll see you again shortly. Praying for rain. Fingers crossed. Eyelids crossed. Legs crossed.
What's it going to be?
Seen plenty of moisture in Tier 3, and it made it really super spicy for us. Let's see what we've got here in Tier 2. What's the weather like? Come on, weather gods. Let's go. Let's play games. And it's bone dry.
Right. Doesn't get much drier than that.
No, perfect conditions. That's okay. They battle harder when it's dry. So I'm okay.
We've got the reverse grid to contend with.
And we've got a few fast guys that had a bit of bad luck in that first race. So there's some people outside the top 10 that are going to be looking to come a fair way forward as well.
Let's hope all drivers can make it to turn 1 this time round.
I can't believe... Yeah, that was amazing. I still got a mental image of Neil just on top of someone else. And I just said no damage. I can't believe it.
Surely he got some body damage there.
No, there's no body damage in our series. We've got
there isn't body damage. Okay,
so only front wing.
Yeah, only front wing because body damage just was too unpredictable as to what it would do to your car.
Once you got side pod damage or floor damage, these cars become pretty much undrivable. Very, very difficult to hang on to. And
we want our drivers to be side by side battling, and a little bit of door banging's okay, and as obviously as long as it's done with respect and what. So we didn't want, good battles to come off worse for one driver than the other. So we turned the severity of the damage down, whereas the rate of the damage is still high. But as I said, can't believe there wasn't more damage from that turn 1 incident. And then we saw a few others as well, like the boop that we saw up into turn 3 where Kenneth Ang got punted from behind. Risky still had all of his front wings. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a damage playing weird games there. But we saw that last week too with Suma getting absolutely bodied all over the place. Learnt midweek that was actually a connection issue that we had. The drivers...
Yes.
Suma was playing. It was all fine.
A spectator bug or something. They said there was no desync in the lobby, but there was desync for the spectator.
So it was only us who was. I mean, it was content, but yeah. After the race,
where did he finish then?
Didn't he retire eventually?
Yeah, he eventually DNF'd.
But yeah, that race start, the first lap when he was getting bodied by everyone, didn't actually happen. According to him, it was all good. He was fine.
Interesting. Just another thing to add on the list of Codemasters Wonderfuls.
Yeah.
Oh, they always come home with the goods.
Das ist die Einführungsrunde und die Stimmung steigt, während der Start des Rennens immer näher rückt. Welches Team wird sich durchsetzen? Wer hat heute die richtige Strategie?
As unfortunately, Bodie Mick is going to go tumbling down the championship standings now, which I think he finished dead last in race 1, so he'll be looking for a bit of redemption in this second race.
Yeah, hopefully race 2 is a lot better for him and he can scramble some points and get back into it. Hey, Travi. Nice work from you, mate. A little bit unlucky on a few occasions. Obviously, the start of race 2, really poor for you. The way out of your control, though. Obviously, with a lot of cars spinning in front of you, you were left with nowhere to go. But, hey, reverse grid pole. Take the points, put them in the bag, mate. Nothing wrong with that. So, a reasonable night for you. As I said, could have gone better, but it's been unlucky for a lot of drivers. You're not the only one who's had some shitty luck. So, it is what it is. We'll learn from it and move on. But here we go. 5 red lights. Let's go again. Justin, how about you call us off for this one up into turn 1?
Alrighty. And away we go. Pretty even start from the front row. I think the Alpine's got the best start there by a mile, actually. And is that Neil Alexander going down the inside into second place?
Is it ever? He had a crack at it.
Yeah, he had a crack. He had to pinch himself tight so he wouldn't run wide. Smart sensible driving. 50 3 wide.
Oh, God, that 3 wide up in front's going to end in disaster. Are they all going to pull it up?
Oh, Neil cops a little touch, I think, and someone's off on the out on the edge there. That's risky.
Oh, the 2 AlphaTaris look like they've come together. Kenneth and Bevis have turned each other around.
Bevis, unfortunately, in last place. Declan's falling back a couple of spots.
Jeremiah out of nowhere. Whoa!
They're all over it.
And they're still going straight. What a start that was.
Beckers has copped a 5-second penalty for gaining a position after corner cutting.
Oh, really? That's a savage penalty. He'll be looking to have that one removed, I reckon.
Mullet's gone from about P5 to P2 here. Ben Curtis has bolted out in front.
Yeah, there was a lot of side-by-side action, and he's just driven his racing line and kept it nice and smooth. That's what happens when you hook it up off the line really well, and he does a 16-second first lap. According to Codemaster.
They start to settle down here. Nick Rendell will be looking to make up some positions after botching that start from pole position.
Still can't believe they got all clean through turn 3 up here on that first lap, as Momo gives Suma the hurry up. In fact, that works out for Suma, who closes up behind Michael Gray. But yeah, they were 5 wide on the way up to turn 3, and then they sorted themselves out, got into 2 rows, and drove through there pretty cleanly. And there wasn't too much drama. There was back in the field. Bevis Lau coming off the worst of those as he was facing the wrong way, letting everyone go past. So he's down in P20.
Deckers has just had a moment on the exit of turn 3 there as well. He's fallen back to P19. Some yellow flags. Who's that around? There's a Red Bull around.
Risky Ranger's going backwards through the field, so to the rear he goes. Decker's challenging the inside of Andeek here, who DNF'd in the last one. He gets that one done, although Andeek comes back at him. Come on, broadcast cam, that's not what we want. What is that? Ah, no. Sorry, I was looking for a better angle. It was just showing me out the rear of the car. That's not ideal. Deckers gets it done. And he finishes off that move. And
the chasing pack is slowly closing in on Diabols. DRS will be enabled this lap. Yes, it is enabled this lap.
Big long DRS train with only Jeremiah and Neil out of DRS range. All the way down to 13th place. Brody Mix actually had a better start this time. He's up 5 places already.
What tyres has everyone started on? Looks like Neil's on softs, so the front 2 guys are on softs. And 4 drivers behind them on the mediums. It'll be interesting to see how long these soft tyre people hold out. The yellow flag in sector 3. Bodie Mick is around. It's such a good...
Oh, that's a curse, Justin. That's a curse, Justin. Nick Randall challenging the outside of Neil Alexander here, who has dropped out of the DRS from Ben Curtis, which is leaving him a little vulnerable. Neil got the DRS though, as...
Around at turn 1 again.
Yeah, Ragnar's gone around again.
Tell you what, Diabols is loving that these 3 are battling behind him.
Yep.
He's able to look after those soft tyres out in front.
Yeah, Neil and Nick Randall switched positions a few times there through the first and middle sector. Brian Tan just waiting patiently to see if this kicks off. Neil looks like he's defending there, really, which is interesting to say the least. Not really ever going to be an overtaking spot for Nick Randall, but Neil feeling like he was under enough of pressure to close that door. Now Nick with DRS on the way down to turn 1. Probably doesn't shove it down the inside there, but if he gets DRS again here and a good enough exit, you would suggest that up into turn 3, although Neil got a rocket ship exit, I think Nick's still going to have the pace to close him down. Neil defends the inside. Nick asks to go around the outside. Neil breaks deep and gets it perfectly. And then Brian Tan
Look at that. Brian
says,
Tan
thank you very much. That's what he was waiting for, that open door.
That hooked up real nicely for him there.
Going to be a drag race down here. Brian Tan on the inside should have the better line. Nick Randall hangs it around the outside very well. He's not going to be able to hold the inside though. So Brian Tan takes P3.
That's good racing from all concerned.
Momo behind them's got past Jeremiah. Momo is on those soft tyres, so he'll be looking to chase down this pack relatively quickly.
Side by side again. That's maybe not the best. Oh, hang on. Neil's gone in the pits. That's what's happened there.
No, I don't think he has. He's had a moment. Neil's had a moment on the last corner.
Oh, no.
He's lost the rear. He's dropped all the way back down to P10.
Fuck me, blink and you miss it. Didn't see that happen.
Yeah.
Those soft eyes will be screaming at him now. Jeremiah Marco's now picked up a 5-second penalty for gaining a position on a corner cut.
Dale Beveridge looking up the inside. Aaron Heather there. Berg breaking deeper. But Dale with the DRS now. And Kenneth Ang seeing an open door as well, thinking he might get involved in this.
Oh, how did they not touch then?
That looked like it was going to be a big hit at one point there.
Yeah, let's go and have a look. He's going to have to go the long way around.
It's hard out here. It's very slippery offline there. Struggling in the dirty air there, Kenneth.
They've still got DRS on everyone behind him, but unfortunately he has dropped back down to P10. Teammate Michael Gray up into P4. But still, Diabol's out in the front, 1.6 seconds. No one behind him's getting DRS from him.
Zach Graham is a McLaren teammate of Neil Alexander and might be watching his stream. He's just come in and said he lost the game. You're going to have to elaborate on that one a little harder, Zach, if you wouldn't mind. If you're watching Neil's stream, tell us what happened there at the exit of the last corner. Lost the game. What, did it freeze on him, or what's happened there? That's not ideal if that's the case.
Way, maybe. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, he's gone further back again, so maybe has he pitted now?
He did just pit, yeah. Yep. There was a couple of cars, I think 4 cars that all pitted on that previous lap.
Ben Curtis still loving life out the front here, but Brian Tan... Actually, Ben Curtis diving into the pits now, so he's getting off those soft tyres and will jump onto the mediums, which gives Brian Tan the provisional lead of this race. Nick Randell not far behind him. He's within DRS range. And these two have been joint at the hip for most of this race so far, having yet to pit. These two leading the way. They're a fair distance clear of Michael Gray, who's got Jeremiah Marco chasing him up to turn 3. Jeremiah Marco, of course, has that penalty hovering on his shoulder.
Bodie Mix, unfortunately, around in Sector 2. These races going from bad to worse.
Poor old mate, he's had a weekend to forget.
Saying Malik's game just black screened on him.
Yeah, right.
It's not ideal when you're in P2.
That's terrible. So another issue out of Neil's control. Sees him fall backwards through the field. Could be a bloody red-hot season in the first 3 rounds. He's looked really pacey. There's just a few issues with drivers spinning in front of him and now a black screen. It's not quite happening for him at the moment.
So the leaders are catching up to Bodie Mick, who's dived into the pits after having another spin. Aaron Heather picks himself up 3 seconds. Nick Randell's really going to try and put the pressure on Brian Tan here. Still a lot of cars left to pit. Diabol's is still our lead car of the guys that have pit.
Nick Randell not using any battery up there, so I think he's okay just sort of sitting here in the DRS of Brian Tan. Not really putting a huge amount of pressure on him and happy to not use much battery, so he's happy where he is.
Seems Jeremiah's doing the same thing, not using too much ERS, just sit in that slipstream. Maybe try and preserve the tyres a little bit.
Well, we saw, who was it last race who did the bender strat and went all the way to the top of the pack, and they did, I think, 15 laps on mediums before coming in for softs. And I think it was it Michael Gray in the last race? In race 1? I believe it was.
Went fairly deep.
Yeah, I think it was
Mike DeNulty in Tier 3 went 17 laps on the mediums. All of these guys, everyone in the field on mediums at the moment.
It's a good race tyre here, is the medium.
The next couple of laps we should see these top 9 drivers that are left to pit start to come in.
Oh, Neil's going around at the final corner again here. I was just going to say he's closing up on the back of Wilson Judo.
Oh.
But he is spinning up those tyres. They will be in all sorts of pain now.
His race wasn't completely over yet either. He was only about 5 seconds off Ben Curtis there. I was sort of sussing out the gap between him and the potential race lead. Or theoretical race lead, I should say.
Kenneth Ang pressuring the back of the out-of-battery Dale Beveridge here. Dale Beveridge doesn't have DRS to Jeremiah in front of him, so you would think he's going to be a sitting duck to Kenneth, who doesn't want to wait for DRS. He's just going to have a crack down here in the penultimate corner and gets that done. Very wide out there, so we've got a warning, and very wide out there too, so that would have probably been a warning, so he'd be sitting on 2, I reckon, now Kenneth Ang, but gets the move done. And now asks Dale Beveridge to fight him back. Dale Beveridge now has DRS, exhausting every ounce of battery he's got. Up into turn 3, gets the inside, goes deep,
Up nicely.
does nicely, and probably has DRS again here, so you would suggest. He's got that one back. Nice work, nice driving, Dale Beveridge. The battle for P5, red hot here. We're still looking up the front. Those top 4 drivers within DRS of each other, but as we said, they're probably just happy to wait and see. None of them want to be the first to pit. Oh, that was sideways around there from Dale Beveridge. Managed to catch it and keep going straight. Nice work.
Front runners are still staying out. No one wants to be the first to blink. Well, it looks like we do have one. Marco is in the pits.
Yep.
Both Beveridge and Kenneth Ang are going to follow him in.
But Brian Tan, Nick Rendell, and Michael Gray have stayed out. As has Aaron Heather. He's got a penalty, but he's going to try and get these mediums to stretch a bit longer, and they are all praying for a safety car up the front here.
Oh, wouldn't it spice things up if one happened now?
Oh, yes.
The guys all on the front
Would it ever?
Such a big advantage, I think, as well. If that happens, you give about 4 cars a big advantage as they'd be on the soft. So someone's gone around.
It's Momo. Is it? No, it's
No.
Brian Tan. Brian Tan's around in sector 2.
He is. Oh,
The
minor
active
rejoin.
leader of the race has binned it. He's still
Probably
got all
just
the
doing a
week and
hard,
everything.
yeah, probably just doing a hard push in lap on those old tyres as you know you're about to bin them. So why not?
Unfortunately, last season, Brian Tan...
Oh, he's gone around again.
He faced
Oh, no.
Very unfortunate.
Bad to worse for Brian Tan.
Brian Tan we're used to. But Nick Randell just grabbed himself 5 seconds for speeding in pit lane.
Oh.
The effective lead and has messed that up now as well. It's Michael Gray's the only car left to pit.
Oh, who's that out in the wall there? Goodness me, who's going out there? Who was that?
Bodie Pitt.
It was, I think. And Bodie's
Bodie
just
Pitt.
flown off into the wall there. Goodness me.
Exit stage left.
Oh.
Better keep everything in place, it looks like.
Now's the time to rejoin.
There's
Get out
these
there.
10
Oh, he's got
seconds.
another 10. That's, come on, Cody's. Leave him alone. Oh,
He's
he's
doing
got
exactly the right thing. He's doing the right thing there.
He's got to let everyone pass now, which is...
That's really unfortunate. He's doing the right thing and he gets slapped with 10 seconds all the time.
Yeah.
As Nick Randell has pitted and come out in front of Ben Curtis.
And on soft tyres too.
And on soft tyres. So he has pulled off a master stroke here.
Oh, that's a reset to track. Don't know if that was the game doing that or whether he did that intentionally, but that's a big no-no. We don't reset to track. Risky Ranger. Another one that the stewards will have a look at, I'm sure.
The key thing is Nick Randell's broken DRS on Ben Curtis as well on those soft tyres. Is now in the box seat for the lead of the race once Michael Gray, who has pit this lap.
In he comes, yep. And Suma chasing down Wilson Judo, really battling for a podium here.
Nick's going to have to push real hard though because he has that penalty still overhanging his head.
Although Michael Gray's come out in front here. I thought they were both going to get past Michael Gray. Michael's done a nice pit stop there and has come out in P4 behind Wilson Judo on brand new soft. So Michael Gray on for a really good position here is the reserve driver.
He'll be looking at grabbing that podium from Williamson Jodo. Ben Curtis is just leaking time to Nick Randell. Those fresh softs. are so much quicker.
It's a 5-second penalty hanging over Nick Randell, though, so with 4 laps to go, he's got to build a fairly significant gap if he wants to clear that. Can't recall what that 5 seconds was for, whether we think we're going to have that one removed. Speeding and pitting. That's not getting removed.
That's not getting removed. His past teammate looks to be around there. So all Diabols needs to do is stay within 5 seconds. Momo picks himself up 3. It's been a day to forget for the Ferrari drivers. Down there in P16 and 17 at the moment.
Michael Gray on those brand new softs is going to go straight past Will Sunjudo here, I would suggest. Oh, that's deep under brakes.
Have a look. That's going to get it pulled up.
With the crisscross Will Sunjudo, how's this going to go? He hasn't got DRS. Opens up on Michael Gray and he just storms away. It's up into P3 he goes. Nice work, Michael Gray, having a great race here at the moment. Looking really strong.
Expect Michael Gray to just run away from William Sanjodo now, who is up 13 spots since the start of this race.
Yeah, he'll be very happy if he can finish up running this right now, and maybe even get towed along a bit by these fresh softs if that is possible for Michael to be able to pull in on Ben. He's 4 seconds up the road. I don't think that's possible. I don't think he's got 2 seconds a lap in him. But that being said, Nick has pulled over a second a lap so far.
Yeah, at the rate Nick's going, he's going to break that 5-second barrier that he needs to hold on to the lead of this race.
Yep.
Still 2 laps to go after this one.
Super pace on those softs, Nick Randell.
Pulling a couple of tenths each lap. Brody Nick is unfortunately around again in sector 2. Kenneth here in P6. Going to try and catch Robert Wenzel.
You almost want to get the mercy rule out at this point for Bodie, don't you?
Oh,
Yeah.
I love that he's bringing it home, though. He doesn't
That's what
just
I was
quit on it.
hats off to still finishing the race. When it's not your night, it's very easy to want to just
Oh, he's off again.
retire and get rid of it. He is off at that last corner again. Having trouble at that last corner unless he's running out there on purpose, but he's a long way off track.
Yeah, that's twice he's gone out there.
With the amount of spins in that he's had, I wouldn't be surprised if he's having some hardware issues.
Look at the track map. He's just got to wait for everyone to go past. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be close here. No, he's done the right thing. Surely the game doesn't give him another pen here.
Well, if he drives the grass.
There it is.
There it is. There's the next one. He is.
Oh, come on. God damn, Bodie.
Nick Randell has cleared the 5 seconds on Ben Curtis, but more interestingly, Michael Gray is now only 2.7 seconds behind, so he is gaining for P2. Whether he's got 2.5 seconds in him in 2 laps, I don't know.
And as Justin said, he's just pulling Wilson Judo along here too. They've stretched out over a second gap, Kenneth Eng and Robert Wenzel behind them, so Wilson Judo really doing nicely here to just tuck in behind Michael Gray and use him to his advantage. Really solidifying this P4 here.
As we start the last lap.
It's Nick Randell in the lead, and he's more than 5 seconds clear of Ben Curtis. That 5-second penalty now null and void as long as he gets this last lap right. He's looking pretty good.
Look at that 34 seconds of penalties for Bodie Mick. Unfortunately, it has not been his night.
That's a lot.
Tell you what, though, William Sanjoda's going to have a look here. He wants that P3 back.
Yeah, my goodness me!
Wow!
Huge send on the last lap. Wasn't content with P4. But this
Does we lose out?
This has invited Kenneth Eng right back into this. Kenneth now only half a second behind. And with a DRS zone to go that brings him over the start-finish straight, Kenneth might just be sniffing with interest here. But at the moment, as I said, Nick Randell is currently 6.5 seconds clear of Ben Curtis. So, assuming no Bodie Mick type errors here at the last corner, he's got that right and he comes across in P1. Give us a waggle, Nick Randell.
Good job.
Nice work. Ben Curtis, a very good drive. Started in P2 and finished in P2. Nice work to Diabols. Kenneth Ang does manage to pick up a position there at the end and comes home in P4. Michael Gray, I think, had an issue.
Out of the last corner.
And got a penalty for 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's grabbed up a 3-second penalty on the last corner.
Which puts Will Sunjudo up there into P3, having gained 14 positions in that race. That's a huge performance from Will Sunjudo.
Michael Gray, a podium. But still, P6, he'll be happy with that.
A lot of shenanigans happening in the reverse grid there. There's
Odie mix around at the last corner again.
So the front two managed to hold on to the positions. That's exactly what you want from a reverse grid race, is being able to hold on to that front row, considering you finished 9th and 10th.
Well, considering Nick got such a bad start, ended up back down in 4 after his pole position and still managed to get back there for the race win. So congratulations to him.
Some very clean driving. Must have done some really nice laps on that stint.
It's William Sunjodo, driver of the day. I believe he gained 14 positions to take that 3rd spot on the podium.
Yep, well-deserved vote for driver of the day there for Will Sunjudo. That's a huge performance from way back in the field. But it is this man, Nick Randall, as you said, a very, very solid stint towards the end there. Super consistent. And managed to clear 5 seconds from Ben Curtis, who's up there for Alpine in P2. Nice work, Nick Randall. We'll be very happy with that after DNFing from Australia. Qualified 3rd in Australia and then DNF'd pretty early on to gain 0 points. So a big haul here for him, which will help with Haas as well. They're bottom of the constructors standings, Haas, at the moment, so they'll be enjoying that performance from Nick Randall. Get a little bonus tonight from Gunter. Nick Randall, P1, Ben Curtis, P2. They started 1 and 2. They finished 1 and 2. Will Sunjudo, our driver of the day, grabs a podium. Kenneth Ang doing very nicely from P13 as well. Robert Wenzel, Michael Gray, Andre McLeod, Dale Beveridge, Jeremiah Marco, and Corbin Hanna with a good performance too to filter into the top 10. They are your top 10. Bodie Mick having a race to forget, goodness me, but he brought it home. So very close to driver of the day just for that, mate. Nice work bringing it home. Not a lot of pens that race in Tier 2 and no DNFs. So congratulations to Tier 2 for a nice clean race there. Race 2, Tier 2 is done. And now we
Bodie
prepare
has said
ourselves.
in chat that he was having throttle issues the entire race. So I did say I thought he might have been having some hardware problems, and it turns out that he was, which is very unfortunate.
Nice work. Well spotted. Unlucky, Bodie. Race to forget, mate, but a long, 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 long way to go in this season, so plenty of time for redemption. We have completed Tier 2, and now we're off to Tier 1. We won't be long. The transition between 3 and 2 was pretty sharp, so bear with us. Should be no more than 4 minutes. All right, let's get into it. Qualifying's underway in Tier 1. Alex Bowen, first out the gate. Let's get some action on the screen with that one. Alex Bowen, we've already discussed with Alex tonight how disappointing last week ended up.
Be looking for redemption this week.
Yeah, Australia for all races, every single tier was very mixed, especially Tier 1. That was
I think we ended up with 7 DNFs or something last week.
yeah, that last couple of lap crash where a whole bunch of there was 2 separate spins and both of them were parked across the track in the same corner. Ended up being very spectacular crashes. Oh! As Alex just waves to the fans there, coming out of turn 1.
Save.
A hell of a moment.
He's backed off from this lap surely, and he's gonna have another go. Most likely. No, he's still got the Urs running, so he's probably just going to come in the bits, I assume.
Urs runs naturally, but the DRS is open, which is a bit of a sign to me that she's still going to have a crack at trying to get a banker on here. Using all the gears and revving them right out, so I think she's still going to try and get one done here. Potentially. Depending on how this middle sector and last sector goes, she might just balk on it if this is no good, but it's looked pretty clean for most of it. Get a fair indication here if she pulls over to the right, which she doesn't. I'd suggest she's going to try and finish this one off, so she'll put a time up for everyone else to chase. Ben Curtis is joining us from Tier 2, filling in. Nice work. First time on the board is a 107.6, so plenty of time left to find for Alex Bowen and everyone else. Jaden Chia.
105.1 for Jaden Chia.
Very quickly in the low 105s. Last week's race winner on screen, by the way. Rafley Fidelia came over the line first, but was slapped with a penalty post-race by the stewards that dropped Rafley down to P4, which meant that Jaden Chia came from P17 last week to finish on top.
Wow. So what was that for? Do you know?
Rafley would have been for contact. If it was post-race, it would have been for a protest that was put in by another driver that Rafley got a whack for.
As Zachary Smith just goes, bang.
104.5. So we're getting fast here early on. If these are banking times, I have no idea what we're going to get down to.
Yeah, I'm not even going to pretend to guess what Zachary's capable of. 104.5's a banker.
Do we still use the term alien here at OOR?
Yes, we do.
We do. He's a bit of an alien.
That man's an alien. Without a doubt.
He's in a spaceship and from another planet. That is insanely fast.
Jordan Wong coming into the pits here with that kind of line. Muhammad Afan's on an outlap. Hello, Diabols. Nice work in Tier 2 tonight from you. Very happy with your second race in particular. Very consistent start to finish. You'll be pretty happy with a P2, I would suggest. I'll take P2 in race 2. Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have a combined class? What is it? The team cards, constructors, yeah, across all the tiers.
Yes, we do.
Do we have that? Oh, awesome.
Yep, I don't know where that stands at the moment. I haven't been able to pull that information out of Deckers, but he's in chat. I'm sure Deckers is joining us in chat at the moment. And if he is, he might be able to give us a little update on the Combined Constructors Championship across all tiers, which doesn't just include 1, 2, and 3, which we broadcast, but also Tier 4 and Tier 5. So she's a very involved Constructors Championship, which gets points from all directions. So if Deckers is around, I wonder if he can give us a bit of a update on where the Combined Constructors stands. But here in Tier 1, it is Aston Martin, and they are way out the front. With Jaden Chia winning last week, Zachary Smith on pole at the moment here. It's a very, very strong Aston Martin lineup in Tier 1, and they are miles in front of Mercedes at the moment. Mercedes in P2. Mohamed Afan coming across with a 105.7 there, throws himself into the mix.
Only 3 drivers into the 104s so far. I would expect to see more than that by the end of quali.
Zekai Chu, a 10th down, unable to improve there. He was flat out of battery as he finished off that lap, so maybe just losing a 10th or 2 in the last sector with no battery deployment available to him. Back into the pits he'll come. He'll put some freshies on and have another crack. Zachary Smith lining up for another one now. Just going to leave this here with Zachary Smith, and I'll have to return in 90 seconds. Count them down. You'll count 90 seconds, I'm sure.
Right. Oh, this will be the length of his lap, so should be perfect. Giving his tyres a last little wiggle. Making sure he doesn't cut the corner. You can kill your next lap by running too wide on the exit of the last turn there. Into turn 1, there's Zach using all the track. Just a little squiggle on the exit there. I wonder if he's going to bail out of this lap. And he's still on the gas, still going flat out, still using ERS. And hard on the brakes. Into turn 2. And the last DRS zone of the lap. Heading down into turn 4. Start of sec 2. Nice and wide again. Yeah, using all of the track, isn't he? Not afraid at all to use every last inch. This guy is got him on my friends list, and it's very hard to beat his laps that he's set on all the tracks.
Yeah, agreed. He's generally up the top of the time trial leaderboards, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's literally using every inch he's going to come in.
Not happy with it.
Nah, he had a big squiggle on turn 1. Big cross up, just touched the curb on the outside, and it just wiggled really hard on him as he tried to put down maximum attack on the power.
Tell you who else
Ben Curtis had a DNF.
Nah, Ben Curtis is from tier 2, so he's not qualifying.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just retires.
Yeah.
This man here, after a very strong last couple of seasons, is just not thereabouts this year. He hasn't raced in the last couple of races, but in the first round in Hungary, sort of hung around in the midfield for most of that one.
Losing all the track. So close, sorry.
He does improve.
I also see we've got Gerald Chew in here in a Ferrari as well.
Oh, fan favourite. Yeah, I wonder if he's got his wheel rotation correct this week.
Yeah, that'll be useful. 900 degrees is much harder. Neil saying he has no idea how he advocated this game.
Mitch Weatherburn improves up into P3. Nice. He'll be looking to improve after last week. He was coming off a ACC endurance race last week, so we gave him a free pass, and I think he DNF'd. So he'll be looking for a much bigger performance this week, and that's a really good start to his night up there in P3.
He absolutely loves this track, so I'm expecting him to do well.
Jordan Wong also improving and now pinches P3, although Kyle Jackson behind him also pinches P3, knocking Mitch Weatherburn down to P5. And how close do you need it? Up the top there, our top 9 drivers all within 4 tenths, hanging around in the 104s. That is as tight as it gets. Look at it, all the way down to P18. She's only 1.2 seconds.
Super close.
Super close.
Again, actually, that front bunch that's all within 5 tenths of each other. That's so close. And that's really fast, too.
Yeah, agree. We caught that one too, Diabols. That move that Neil put on both Deckers and Diabols up into turn 3 there, that was an epic move. So we caught that one. You've got to take the positives where you can find them. Can you join this league? Depends on how quick you are, Extreme. You absolutely can, though. Go and check out the website, octaneonlineracing.com.au, and you'll find the details of the Discord there. The Discord, jump in, get involved. Zekai Chu wants to get involved, and he gets so close up there in P2 now with a 104.6. Only a 10th off Zachary Smith, who is also on a lap now, looking to improve and set that bar a little bit higher, but that's a huge lap from Zekai Chu. Very happy with that one.
It's interesting he's going again right now, because he's already, this is his 3rd attempt. at a lap. He came in early on his last one because he bailed on it, but this is pretty early to use your sets of tyres. I assume you only have 3, right? Is that correct? Or
Yeah,
do you
3
get
sets of
4?
softs for qualifying, correct?
So using his last set this early, as the track we know evolves quite fast, but Zach just trusting himself, or did that
So close.
using all the track?
Does
Oh,
improve. 104.461, Zachary Smith.
nearly
4
another 10.
sets of soft, says Diabols. Okay.
4. Okay, so he's going to get another run in.
So with 6.5
Wow.
minutes to go, Zachary Smith goes with a 104.4. That is a high bar. But there's plenty of drivers in the mix tonight. There's plenty of drivers inside that top 10 who, if they can shave a 10th or 2, Jaden Chia, the Aston Martin teammate of Zachary Smith. As I said, Aston Martin, 172 points sitting atop of the table. 126 for Mercedes, a full 46 points behind. And then another 40 or so points back to McLaren and Ferrari, who are joint at the hip with 88 points apiece. So Jaden Chia will want to improve here. Yellow flag up ahead, so a little bit of traffic to contend with here. Oh, and he just didn't want to get involved in any sort of errors there. He thought rather than doing one more lap, that's not going to be it. So he will get one more crack at it. Kitchen Chair Gaming doing the ballerina dance around turn 1 there. That ain't it. He's doing nicely tonight, though. 104.8, looking pretty sharp up there at the moment, the reserve driver. He's in a different car every week, is Connor Kingston. Alex Bowen had the DRS open down there, so she's looking to improve on this one. We'll follow her around for the last 5 or 6 corners here in Austria. Not many corners to contend with. Not many places to find time. Whoa, rear stepping out there, really pushing here is Alex Bowen. Very tidy last sector, using all of the track and some on exit there. 104.9 currently, 104.8 as she crosses the line, so it does improve, but not enough to grab a handful of positions. Look how close it is up the top there. 104.7 at P4, 104.9 at P9. So again, you only need to find a 10th or 2, and you're picking up a handful of positions if you can find it. But again, there's just not many corners to find that time.
All right, this looks like everyone's getting ready for their last run. Zachary actually getting an extra run in, which is quite cool. I think that's quite amazing that he's managed to squeeze that out.
When you're that fast, you get around relatively quickly.
Quickly, yeah.
I think he balked on a run though, didn't he?
Yeah, he has skipped a lap where
Yeah.
he went out, started doing his lap, went, that wasn't a good lap, and came in as on his hot lap. So yeah, he has done one less circulation of the track.
Nando's on his second flyer here. He's gone for 2 hot laps in a row. That battery is flat out, but he's P18 with a 105.5 at the moment. Lifts himself up 3 tenths to P13. Not too shabby.
That's good. So hopefully he can get in and get another set on and go straight back out again. A little bit of a push in lap.
Oh, that's
Oh.
all sorts of wrong there from Jordan Wong as he comes through those middle S's. What's he going to do here? Is he going to have another crack at it? He probably doesn't have time to come into the pits and try again. What's the decision, Jordan Wong? He's made his mind. He's going to have another crack at it. He's got 60% battery, so he's well and truly got it in the tank to have another crack, and he's sitting in P5 at the moment, only needing to find 2 tenths to get up into P2. So with 2.5 minutes to go, he thought, I haven't got enough time here to jump into the pits, and maybe he's out of tyres as well.
Is Connor retired or has he had a stack? He's retired.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane, so probably just put the cue in the rack and said, I'm happy with what I've got here. Stay on board with Jordan Wong. Down to 25% battery now, so you would suggest that's not going to make it all the way through. But again, only needs to find a 10th or 2.
Oh, had someone spin on the last corner. One of the Red Bulls. I think Zachary Smith's starting his lap as well. One of the Astons goes across the line anyway.
That's invalid.
That was only just. Yeah.
Unlucky Jordan. So he will stay with a 104.7 in P5. And he'll wait and see whether anyone else can improve. Dimitri just warming up the tyres here and giving the engine a fair old cook, getting everything in the ideal window, ready for one last blast.
There we go. I think we've got quite a few people on hot laps at the moment coming up on the back of these cars that are warming up their tyres to get across the last run.
Zachary Smith, I reckon, is on one.
Yeah, he's looking pretty quick.
He bloody improves on a 104.4.
There'll be words. There's only so much alien I can handle. That's invalid. He's not going to improve. He's just gone wide at the same spot that Jordan Wong did. So 104.461 is the time to beat. Zekai Chu very close. Dimitri Forrester very close. Kyle Jackson's on an outlap now, but I don't know if that outlap's going to complete in time to get him. Oh, it probably should, depending on where he is on track. Just coming over the line now, so he's got to have one more crack as Kyle Jackson. We'll jump on board with him after we watch Dimitri Forrester complete this one. Oh, gee.
that felt a little slow because of how much slide he had on those front tyres as he came out of there. Really flicking it hard through the last couple of corners.
Yeah, you can see these drivers using all of the limits and some. Dimitri does improve, and he gains a 10th. An exact 10th puts him into P2. With Kyle Jackson and Zekai Chu still coming around behind. Zekai Chu about to cross the line now, I would suggest. His 104.629 does improve, but not enough. Dimitri hangs on to P2.
Wow.
Oh, looks like he's on a good lap here. No, he's a 10th down, unfortunately.
So unless he's got an epic last sector in him, Kyle Jackson... Whoa, that was very close to being invalid. Does improve. He manages to find time in the last second, but not enough to move up. So stays in P4 with a 104.637. Jaden Cheese in the pits. That's not how to improve. Nathan Monks looks like he's still rolling around.
1.2 seconds down, so he won't be improving.
Yep, inside line there. So
is the last driver on track, I believe.
Let's see what Nando's got in him. Across he comes. Can he pinch P1? No, he pinches P11. That's reasonable considering the top 10 is reversed. He won't be too displeased starting around about there, but Zachary Smith, ladies and gentlemen, 104.461. That is very, very, very fast.
And the whole field under a second. Yeah. Very, very quick from tier 1 here. Very competitive.
Yeah, if you told Jared Ellis he'd only be a second off the pace, but he'd be starting from the back of the field, he'd be a little bit confused.
Yeah.
No, you're spot on. That's as close as it gets. As I said, other than the tier 2 drivers who are coming to fill in here, Ben Curtis and Gerald Chu starting from the back, of course. Under a second.
Every single week, every single tier, only 1 second separates them.
Yeah, tier 1.
Incredible.
That's super close.
Imagine if our final had the same cars too. What would happen then?
And a 104.9 from pole position in tier 2 gets you inside the top 10 here. And again, can't get over how close all the tiers are, let alone everyone in each tier. So Zachary Smith, P1, Dimitri Forrester, P2. Less than a 10th gap there. Zekai Chu not far away either. Kyle Jackson, P4. Jordan Wong, Alex Bowen, Mitch Weatherburn, Connor Kingston, Jaden Chia, and Nathan Monks round out the top 10. Less than half a second between the top 10. Ben Curtis and Gerald Chu not posting times. Jared unhappy with his P18 in chat now, letting us know that he would have been a little bit higher had he not invalidated two of his laps at turn 1. So it's all right, Jared. It's a long race, mate. And all you got to do is make up a handful of positions. You've seen what's happened in Tier 3 and Tier 2.
Oh, yeah, just wait for that last lap safety car or whatever it is.
Wait for the turn 1 pile up.
Yep.
There's a few things that can happen, so just keep your nose clean, stay out of trouble. Aim for that P10, and anything can happen in race 2.
Make sure your monitor's plugged in. Looking at Neil there.
Oh, what is that? What happened? Did we get
No,
any
I'm
feedback
just
there?
That's usually what makes my monitors flicker. It'll be like the cables just come a little loose, and because it's all mounted to the steering wheel, a little wobble or a shake, and all of a sudden it goes off on.
Oh, no, he's in chat up there. He got disconnected. Again, things out of your control, Neil. Drivers in front of you spinning around and disconnects and whatnot. Hey, we're only 3 rounds in. There's still plenty to go yet. And a couple more of your favourite tracks to go as well. Paul Ricard, unfortunately, missing from the calendar this season. But other than that, all the good tracks are there. Nothing to that? No one?
I don't know. I seriously like the ACC version of it. I actually like the long straight. I think that's pretty groovy. I think the F1 would be better if it had that. Just what's with F1 and adding chicanes on half the tracks that they go to, and it's just like, why is there a chicane here? It really sort of makes it hard to pass.
I kind of understand the Paul Ricard one because they get into 8th gear before they even get to that chicane. Yeah. So can you imagine how long they're going to be in 8th gear going all the way up the Mistral?
Yeah.
But the old Abu Dhabi one made no sense, so I'm glad they got rid of that. That's a good chicane to get rid of.
Yeah, that one was really awkward. Still not a good corner though. I don't. It just doesn't look like a great corner. Do you know what I mean? But it's the last little sector there with the old switchback twice and then left was a bit gross.
Tier 1 action from Austria. Coming at you, the final 2 races of the evening.
Someone's saying.
Formation lap underway. Zachary Smith and Jaden Chair, the 2 Aston Martin boys on top. As we said, that's why they are dominating constructors at the moment. Zikaichu not far off the pace, and again looking really strong here. Up in P3, he will start. Kyle Jackson and Rafley Fidelia. Another 2 drivers with plenty of pace. Rafley disappointing to come across the line in P1 last week, but have that removed from him via a steward's decision on Tuesday night. Caleb van der Reyden doing very nicely on debut here in OR. Finds himself right in the mix of this driver standings. Connor Kingston, the reserve driver, up there as well, without a team. If he keeps putting in those sorts of performances, he might have birthday boy Otmar Zafnauer or whatever his name is come looking for him, or any of the other team principals. We're very happy to have Connor Kingston on board. Jordan Wong, Mitch Weatherburn and Nathan Monks round out the top 10-ish. A couple of draws in there, meaning the tie for P9 there between Mitch Weatherburn and Nathan Monks. But yeah, very early on in the season. As I said, looking forward to seeing how the standings look next week once the drop rounds start to come into effect.
I believe we're having a rehost from chat. Because someone read it up too early.
Oh, that's a 5 relays pit penalty for who that was. I wonder who that was. A couple of debutants tonight.
There's always someone.
Oh, okay. So now the formation lap just decided to
not happen because everyone's easy. Hang on. They're just driving around still.
So now that everyone's disconnected, the formation lap is balked, and everyone's the AI have just said, no, we don't need a grid. On we go.
How long can we sit in this? This is gonna be funny.
Single file rolling start.
Yes.
Yeah, Mario's
showing the back of the grid light at the start. But what's going on?
And the broadcast camera is balked now because it thinks everyone's supposed to be here, so we're not following anyone, and I can't change who we're watching.
Oh, it's the game.
Except this marshal that's just waving a green flag.
Mario's having a great time waving his green flag.
Oh dear. All right, let's go see if we can find this new lobby, shall we?
My high school game I made in high school was less buggy than this. Well, less things could possibly go wrong. I don't know how everything can go wrong.
It is what it is. Let me put some tunes on for you, beautiful people. We'll give the Tier 1 guys a little bit of time to restart their proceedings, and we will return after these short messages. Drivers readying up. Tyres being put on the car. Strategies being set. The grid itself has been reset, and there is a 5-place grid penalty handed to someone, I'm sure. I'm not sure if we can get some insider information as to who that was, but we do have a debutant tonight. Hate to pin it on the debutant, not knowing who it was, but there's a fairly high chance, let's be honest, that it could be probably the debutant. I'm sure we'll find out when we get in there. Dry weather again here in Tier 1. So yeah, as we discussed, the Aston Martin boys, Zachary Smith and Jaden Chia, have looked really, really strong, taking a win apiece so far this season. And with Zachary Smith starting on pole here, he's looking really red hot for another one, which will see him streak away at the top. Zikai Chu hanging on for dear life. Couple of really strong performances already, losing out to the Aston Martin drivers on 2 occasions, but we'll be very happy with 2 P2s so far. So very close by in P3, but we'll look to beat Zachary Smith and Jaden Chia to the line tonight. Otherwise, that gap will continue to stretch. His Mercedes teammate, Daniel Lambert, has yet to start a race this season. And again tonight, not appearing. I believe our fill-in driver is in the Mercedes, so that'll be why Daniel Lambert's not on tonight. Nathaniel Christ is the new driver. Might be sitting in the Mercedes tonight. I'm not sure whether he's reserving or has that seat permanently. But we'll see how Nathaniel goes. Someone's going to have to show me if Nathaniel is being pronounced correctly by me. I might be butchering that. It might be Nathaniel or something else. So a final reminder of the standings. As I said, Zachary Chia, Jaden Chia up there. Zachary Smith and Jaden Chia looking really good, sorry. Zikai Chu, P3, Kyle Jackson, Raffley for the Delia 4 and 5. Caleb Van Der Eyden having a great start to this season in amongst it there with Connor Kingston, Jordan Wong, Mitch and Weatherburn and Nathan Monks rounding out the top 10. But I think we're nearly ready to go as we form up to the grid now.
Let's get some racing happening.
I saw how close it was in qualifying here in Tier 1. No more than a second gap the whole way down. So you would assume that this race is going to be just as close. We've seen Turn 1 carnage in both races, both tiers so far. Either in race 1.
These guys can get it right.
Yeah, you'd expect the Tier 1 boys to get it right. They're all very clean and handsome, so we'll see how that develops on.
Handsome being the most important factor there.
Of course, absolutely. Zachary Smith will lead us away. Dimitri Forrester with the inside line down into turn 1, but a pretty good smart there from Smithy. Kyle Jackson looks like he got a rocket ship start, and he's going to come up the inside and challenge for P2. He'll have to go around the outside, and I reckon he's got it done. Dimitri took a whole heap of that curb on the inside, so great start, Kyle Jackson. Up into P1, he goes.
It is.
Zikai Chu's had a terrible start from P3 back down to P5 now.
And being challenged by Alex Bowen. Got a good exit though, Zikai Chu, so hangs on to P5 for now. But not much happening at the start. Jared Ellis having a very good start, up 4 spots from the back of the field. Mohamed Afan having a poor one. Obviously, part of that issue at the start. Nathaniel Christ started from the back of the grid, and I reckon he qualified 15th, so he might be the one who got the 5-place grid penalty. But a nice, clean start here from the Tier 1 boys as they filter into single file now, and all of them will try and stay within DRS range of the car in front, which you can see, other than Zachary Smith, streaking away at the front of the field.
Oh, someone's off.
Flag is a hustle around.
Jared Ellis is DNF.
2 DNFs.
2 DNFs.
Big crash.
It is down at the back of the field there. You see both cars have stopped on the mini-map. And we have a safety car.
No, we don't.
It is a virtual safety car into a safety car.
Yeah. Full safety car. So unfortunately, Jared Ellis and our debutant, Nathaniel, are out now. That's very unfortunate. Jared had a very good start, but seemed to have just lost the rear on the second to last turn.
Like Daniel Wong there had a bit of a lose and was possibly parked in an awkward position, and the others have all crashed either into him or into each other trying to avoid him.
Puts a bit of space between Danny Wong and Tom Malone. As I said, I'm going to keep an eye on any battle that forms between those two tonight.
Have a little look at the tyre strategies just to see what there is. All right,
yes,
so
you can.
Only 3 drivers on the offs. That surprises me. So do Zekai Chu and Mitch Weatherburn come into pit? Looks like Zekai Chu's coming in. Does Mitch Weatherburn come in and change as well? He is. There was only one driver on softs.
Got that pit entry absolutely perfect in Zekai Chu. What? That was close.
So this works out for these guys, provided there's no other safety car.
Yeah, it could very well.
Bit of spice from Avids in chat. Unhappy with his DNF tonight. Obviously another one out of his control. May have been T-boned by someone by the sound of that. Avids unhappy. Unlucky Jared.
That will be something for the stewards to look at later in the week.
Had a great little look in lap 1, up a couple of spots. Nice little start. But then a lap later, you DNF'd. Unfortunate, mate. No good. So a DNF.
Another race to go.
DNF in Hungary for Jared. And then didn't start Australia. And then another DNF tonight. So 0 points on the board for our man Avids. Long season ahead of you, mate. Plenty of room to make up some spots. But it is a very close and tight Tier 1. You've got to be on your game. But again, as I said, out of your control tonight. So unfortunate. On to Bahrain next week, mate.
We've still got another race to go tonight. Coming back in race 2.
Yeah, you got a little ahead of myself. Apologies. Yeah, absolutely. Come in for round 2.
Are you that keen to get onto Bahrain, mate?
It's a great track. No, but this is a great track too. No, my apologies. That absolutely slipped my mind that we've got the reverse grid happening. After this, Tom Malone in the box seat for that one at the moment, but we're only 3 laps in, so plenty of time for a few more moves to occur. But yeah, I did jump the gun there a little bit, didn't I?
I'd say it's because we've had the false start and all sorts of things happening. So
great. These sprint rounds give us 6 races to commentate on in one night. It's bloody fantastic. And pitted again. He was just catching the tail end of the field. He's dived into pits for a second pit stop.
I wonder why, did he accidentally get the wrong tyres, or did he do a...
He's gone back onto his original mediums.
He's gone back onto his original mediums, so maybe I think he's put the softs on, done his compulsory stop, known they're not going to last till the end of the race, jump back in, put your worn mediums on, and then you can go to the end.
Yeah, that's smart. I think that's a good play.
And he's done his compulsory stop, he's done his one lap on soft tyres. I think that is actually a genius strat, if that is what he has done.
Do you get to complete your mandatory under safety car though?
Yes, you do.
Of course you do. Yeah,
it's
I'm thinking ACC.
So if that is what he's done, he's now put the mediums back on to go to the end. That is a genius strat.
All right, well, we keep an eye on Muhammad Afan and see how that plays out for him. Jacob very pleased with that. Does the safety car come in this lap? I think we see it pulling away, so it will.
Be in this lap. So Muhammad Afan's just going to catch the tail end of this field, so he won't have to slow down too much.
Zachary Smith holding him up, as he's entitled to do, being very patient with the restart here. You can see he's just leading him around like little ducks, and then he'll jump on the gas, and he got a really nice restart.
That's nice.
Nicely done by Zachary Smith.
Fair
bit of weaving happening from a lot of drivers on the way out to turn 1 there. Not sure what that's about.
I want that extra bit of...
Trying to get some heat in those tyres. Look at them still weaving.
I guess, but you're allowed one weave. I don't know how I feel about warming your tyres on. Anyway, they got it done safely. Dimitri Morrister on Kyle Jackson up into
That's done.
Up into turn 3. Gets...
Oh, no, we've had a punt.
That was an Alpine.
That's Alex Bowen. Just tumbled down the lid, all the way down to 18th.
Unlucky Alex. Long
Doesn't
race
look
to
like
go.
damage.
We're still early on in this one.
Doesn't look like any serious damage. And Ben
Ben
Curtis is coming
Curtis
as
is
well.
back there, so Alpines are in the wars at the moment.
So again, all cars just looking to stay within DRS. No one outside a second at the moment. So that's how they'll hope to stay. Caleb looks like he's got one done on Gerald Chew. And he does complete that move.
Oh, someone's around.
And
Is that
Zekai Chew. Wow, so some big names at the back of the field after spins. Alex Bowen and Zekai Chew both very high in the standings this season. And that is Nathan Monk's facing the wrong
Nathan
way.
Monk's is around.
That is not totally awesome.
We've seen a lot of drivers get the last corner and the first corner wrong tonight.
It's just one of those.
You take too
Fine.
much of the inside. You
Yeah.
take too much of the inside curve too, and it just launches you around.
And the cars are run usually generally pretty low and flat here. So you get on those, you mount on those curbs and you start at the bottom out and you lose that grip. Feel very compressed. Oh, sorry, yeah, that camera angle change. I thought it was a bit of a sideways moment. Again, Zachary almost out of the DRS range. He's just brought it
hanging
down.
on for dear life is
Yeah.
Dimitri.
Zach might have even burned a bit of battery to try and break that DRS line. His DRS is enabled this black.
He
So
got
opened
out.
up.
He's burnt the battery. Dimitri's outside a second at the detection point, so there will
And
be
he
no
hasn't got it.
DRS.
He's done well, Zachary. He's burnt all of his battery, though, has Zachary Smith.
Yeah.
Every single bit of it, and he's still using it all the way up into turn 3 here.
Dimitri will get DRS now on this next straight. He's within a second. So that'll start to pull him back into Zachary.
So, also, let's not forget that Mitch Wedderburn is actually potentially going to be leading this race once everyone has a pit stop.
Yes, he is our current provisional leader once everyone stops at this point. Thanks to that spin from Zekai Chu.
Yeah, well, Jacob was saying he loves this track, and he's had plenty of practice on it this week. So, maybe on for a really good shout here, Mitch Weatherburn.
Things get closer at the front now as Zach's burnt all that battery trying to break that DRS like he did on the first start, which he did a fantastic job of. He had a couple of seconds up, but then the safety car's just done that little reset and Dimitri didn't get hassled as much.
Kyle
Kyle,
Jackson
yeah.
lost the DRS to Dimitri though, although he's back within a second now. It's just teetering on that 1 second gap. Dimitri's reeling in Zachary Smith now. He's only 3/10 behind now.
Yeah, these long straights really helping with that DRS and slipstream you can get nice and close.
Up the front, looks like Dimitri's having a look at Zachary Smith here.
Just watching Jerry Can go past Caleb van der Reyden and then get all sorts of messy. Mitch Weatherburn capitalises on that one. Jerry Can losing out, coming out of turn 3 there, getting it wrong.
That was an ERS DRS open wheel spin that moment.
So Mitch gets one done on Caleb van der Reyden down into turn 4. Jerry Can falling back through the field. Danny Wong getting him as well. So a couple of positions changing there. Mitch Weatherburn, the biggest beneficiary, moves himself up into P9.
Very solid.
Jaden Chia now looking likely behind Jordan Wong. Jordan Wong trying to track down Connor Kingston, and they are a full 2 seconds back of the front pack.
Yeah, the top 3 have bolted.
So Jaden Chia, I reckon, will be in with a good shout on their way up to turn 3 here. Connor Kingston without DRS. Although it looks like he had the
Yellow
legs.
flag.
We've got another Alpine
Alex
round
Bowen
again.
again,
Alex Bowen,
unfortunately, around there at turn 1.
I think Dimitri Forrest is going to have a look at Zachary Smith here.
She's going to sit behind.
Very,
110.
very close.
Yeah, getting to within 110. I'd say he's possibly just wanting to sit there a little bit because you don't want to start a fight because we know we've had some people pit further back in the field. You want to try and get as far away as you can from the rest of the field. Sometimes sitting in holding position is actually more beneficial for your race than fighting. for the lead or the potential lead right now, as they are just streaking away. They've pulled another 7/10 or so this lap.
Yeah, those top three in that DRS train they've got, without Jordan Wong having DRS on them, they're just going to gap them every single lap.
So Jordan Wong got
Zachary's
Connor
mid-
Kingston on the last
Connor
lap,
Wong.
and now Connor in the clutches of Jaden Shea. This time Connor has DRS, so that is at his advantage. Up into turn 3 they go, but we've seen a lot of moves done between 3 and 4. So we'll see what kind of exit Jaden can get here. In fact, Connor Kingston got a really nice exit coming out of there, so Jaden's not going to get anywhere near him. I don't
Jordan's
think.
actually going really fast. He's pulled in about half a second in the last lap on the guys in front. So, yeah, showing some serious pace there in the Alpine.
Who's that one?
Jordan Wong.
Yep.
He has, yeah.
In the
he's-
Alpha Tauri, you mean? Yep.
Yeah, oh, what did I say? The
Alpine. I was looking for an Alpine. Where were you
My bad. My bad.
No, that's
sorry.
why I got confused. I didn't know you were talking about.
No, he's,
No, you're right.
He's
He's looked
flying.
very strong.
actually this lap. This is nearly is that close to a full second in one lap, I think? It was 2.9 when we last checked, and that is a
Gained
2.1.
massively on this lap.
Yeah, and he's
flying
nearly
at
pulled a
full
second on
along.
Connor Kingston, who has DRS to him. So you're right. Jordan absolutely flying. Seeing if he can get within DRS of this front pack and join these two packs together. With 7 laps to go, mandatory still to be served as well. Looks like up the front there, Kyle Jackson.
Oh, that? Yeah, it's been passed.
There's a move for the lead. Dimitri takes the lead.
Still within range of Dimitri and Zachary here, and that move finally gets done up into turn 3. Dimitri moves in the lead. Nice one.
It'll be interesting to see who's the first one to blink out of these three to swap to that soft tyre.
Most people only wanting to do 5 or 6 laps we've seen from the other tiers. We'll see if that's the same in tier 1. Oh, side by side.
Geez, so they do well to go side by side round there, but this corners you do not want to be side by side.
We've done it anyway.
Jesus.
Oh,
That's
no.
exactly why you don't want to be side by side.
That's
Yeah.
why you called it, Jacob Weatherburn. Unlucky
He didn't
kitchen
even
chair.
touch a curb or anything. It just slowly went round on him.
Yep. Into the pits, Dimitri Forrester. So takes the lead of this race and then says immediately, all right, I'm going for the, well, not necessarily an undercut because he's in P1, but he wants to get onto the freshies immediately. So Zachary Smith returns to the lead. Kyle Jackson.
Riley ran in sector 3. Gerald Shoes had a moment in the last corner.
On the outside of the track, he's got it going again. We have some cleared track.
How much can Kyle Jackson close the gap here before they dive into the pits? I'm sure they will want to cover off Dimitri Forrester, who has pitted. He has come out into a bit of traffic, though. He's stuck behind Connor Kingston, who we know will have cooked tyres. It's great. The skies have just got a little bit darker in the last lap
I
or
was
two.
noticing that.
I don't know
Only
where out.
6 laps to go. I'm not sure anything's going to come of it, but you never know.
Never know with Codemasters. Kyle's had enough. He's coming in. Zachary looks like he's going to go for one more.
2 seconds on Tom Malone in the last couple of laps, so he's flying there in P6. Mohammed Irfan is effectively P2 at the moment after that double pit stop under safety car, so that strat of just doing 1 lap on the softs, hopefully his mediums can hang on. Mitch Weatherburn having a look at his teammate here up into P3. He's going to get that done relatively easy.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're on different,
Walk past him, really.
strategies. They're on different strategies, so I think Tom Malone may have just let him go. Tom's still got to make a pit stop. Aston Martin, Williams at the moment.
Mohammed Irfan grabs the first 3-second time penalty we have seen here in Tier 1. That's a very clean effort from Tier 1.
Yeah, everyone just driving to the limit, but not over. It's really well done.
Jordan Wong and Kyle Jackson on brand new softs here. They've rejoined in P11 and P12.
The 2 Aston Martin drivers are staying out for now. They don't want any bar of those soft tyres just yet.
But yeah, how good is Mitch Weatherburn looking up there in P3,
He's
having
looking.
already completed his stop?
I'm not going to say anything, so I don't want to curse him.
I was going to say, they've got to be careful not to double stack when they decide they do want to pit. the Astons.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about now. Is that I thought one of them should have pitted by now, because one of them's going to get stuck running too long, I think. And it will be Jaden Chia, because Zachary Smith being in first is going to get priority to when he wants to pit.
Interesting as Mitch is in third place now on those tyres, and I don't know if anyone's going to catch him.
Well, Mohammed Irfan's the closest car to him that's made a pit stop, and he's got a 3-second penalty now. The yellow flag in sector 2. Who's that around? Nando.
No, it's Alex Bowen again.
Bowen again.
Yeah, just having a bad one. Yep.
When it rains, it pours.
Yep.
When it's not your night, it's not your night. So those Aston Martins have stayed out again, so one of them's going to optimally just do one lap on the soft tyre.
Oh, it's starting to spit.
I think
we're seeing some
all it is. The rain. The rain.
Bit of moisture. Interesting little...
3 laps to go.
Oh, that's
doesn't matter.
Let's see how slippery that is.
You're not going to want to pit for inters or anything.
I mean,
now,
Ben
anyway.
Curtis and
Only
Connor
3
Kingston, I'm
laps
pretty
to
sure,
go.
have already pitted, and they've just dived in, so I reckon they might know something we don't. Maybe Jeff's come over the radio and says this is going to get real heavy.
The time you lose, you're not going to make it back up. You've just got to.
They've gone on to inters. I'm telling you, they know something we don't.
You're not going to make up enough time.
And how about the big brain strat from Zachary Smith and Jaden Chi here, who may have known that this weather was coming and they've stayed out as long as possible. Would this be the lap that they pit? They're coming into the second sector now, so we'll keep an eye on them. But this is Jordan Wong moving up on Kyle Jackson here with the DRS open. Not closing the gap quickly enough, but threatening. But this rain is coming down a little bit heavier now, and the Astons are coming into the final sector. Zachary Smith's going to come in first. Is his teammate going to come for the double stack? They are. So
Even
how
if
much...
you put the inters on now, though, you're not going to make that time back up in 2 laps, surely.
The thing is, though, it's like they have to do a pit, so they might as well just go that 2 extra laps and
Yeah,
they could go straight
that's
to the
exactly
inters.
right.
They're hoping that
Weatherburn takes over the lead of the race, but
he's going to be so far ahead. He just keeps it on the track and he wins no matter what.
All he has to do is keep it on the track.
camera off him, Casey. Get the camera off him.
We've
Don't
seen
you? Get
all
the
night
camera off
how
him.
slippery this track can be, even without the rain. So can this man bring it home for the last 2 laps? I'm not trying
Come
to
on,
curse him.
Mitch.
Jacob-
Everyone else
Jacob's
is on the
trying.
inters. Get the camera off him. Get it off him.
This is the
Get it off
Williams 1-2 right now, too, by the way.
Yes, Williams 1-2. That is amazing. Tom Malone's done really well.
Tom Malone yet to
Although
pit though.
Tom's still
Oh,
got a
look
hit.
how slippery that is. Yeah, there's tracks on the road now. It's definitely starting to be inters weather.
Yeah,
Second penalty
agreed.
for Nathan Monk speeding in pit lane.
DRS has
Second
been
yellow flag.
disabled, and that is very deep there from Kyle Jackson, who is now struggling on those softs.
Spray.
So if he's struggling on these 3-lap-old softs, imagine how Mitch Weatherburn and Tom Malone and Muhammad Afan are going on those mediums
Here
up
we go.
front.
Can we
So,
got Zach
Zachary Smith is making incredible time on the cars in front of him, but can he make enough
There he
time to
Yeah,
get all
look,
the
he's
way
just
to the front?
walking past these soft runners now.
I
Wow.
think he might. He might catch Mitch.
This has been a yellow
Red
flag as
ball
well.
around. So Muhammad Afan has lost it.
It is Muhammad
He's going-
Afan. He's in the pit lane. I don't know whether he's...
So Zachary Smith, Mitch is going into turn 1 now with 2 laps to go. I think Zachary Smith may catch. This may be
6 seconds,
the
3 seconds
ultimate
lap.
trap.
This is
Here
going to
we
be
go.
a
Oh, no,
huge
8.
finish to this race. Jaden Chia also following along nicely behind. So both Aston Martins even with the double stack.
Tom Malone's gonna have to pit this lap.
A lot of drivers speeding into the pit lane as they don't get the
Smith.
conditions right.
7 seconds down. I think with the pace of these Aston Martins
someone's
now,
off.
he is going to catch Mitch Weatherburn.
Oh, Dimitri is skating out of turn 3.
Oh, we've got 2 off in the next sector.
Gerald
as
Chu
well.
has DNF'd somewhere in the middle
Alex
sector.
Bowen and Gerald Chu have come together.
Oh, Dimitri is on ice.
Yeah, Zachary Smith has already gone past Tom Malone. He's right on the back of Mitch Weatherburn now.
Yep.
Wow.
So this
It's
it
got
was
8
the right
seconds in a
call.
lap.
Look at that.
Have a
was the
look at
right
that.
call. Put the inters on.
Well, now it's up to Mitch Weatherburn to see how many positions he can hang on to. He's not going to lose one out to Tom Malone, but Jaden Chia coming up very quickly with the inters. And
Why
there he
exactly?
goes.
Smith is.
Oh, because he passed under yellow, maybe?
Oh, he's passed under yellow. He has. He's
Oh,
given the position back. That's very well done of Zachary Smith to do that. He knows he's just going to pass him
You
again
just
on
don't
the
want
next
to lose the
trade.
race
So,
in something like
and
that.
Jaden
so-
Chi has gone past as well. So Jerry Can in P6 is the next car on inters.
And he's probably going to get them both too, because we saw how much.
Because it's a wet race, Tom Malone doesn't have to pit now.
But no, the game just disqualified him because he refused to pit.
No, but it went to a wet race, so technically he doesn't have to make pit stop.
Yeah, but you'd have to be on
because it started dry?
I think you have to start on inters for that to be the case.
Oh,
isn't
that's
it?
a shame. See, that's a real shame.
5 sets, you have to run at least one other set of tyres.
I don't think I've ever seen that though. I don't think I've seen
Tom
someone
Malone
disqualified for not using all the sets.
Tom Malone was hoping that because it went to a wet race, he was going to get away without doing a pit stop.
I mean, if it had worked.
Jerry, even Jerry is going to catch. He's gone past Mitch now as well. So Mitch is bleeding positions on those dry tyres.
Yeah, all the inter runners.
He should be able to hold off Connor Kingston though. Connor's 4 seconds behind, but catching very quickly.
It's a 1-2 for Aston.
Yeah, Zachary Smith coming around the final corner now. Chucked on the inters knowing that the rain was coming, and P1 again for Zachary Smith, and Aston Martin dominance tonight. Jaden Chia coming home in P2, so very nice bag of points for the Aston Martin boys. Jerry can finish on the podium. He's got P3 tonight.
Oh, Connor got Mitch right on the line.
Unlucky Mitch Weatherburn just coming thick and fast. The rain really ruining his race, but I'll tell you what, P5, not too shabby. He'll be reasonably pleased with that on those 16-lap old mediums.
Wow, what a race.
Ben Curtis comes home in P6. Zikai Chu, after starting pretty high up, will finish P7. Kyle Jackson, Danny Wong, and Muhammad Afan, we said watch out for him at the start. He was at the back of the field after that interesting safety car strategy, and he finished in P10. So pretty reasonable.
Yeah, Zikai Chu, remember, was in last place. He had a spin, was in second last place or so after about lap 3 or so, and the weather really giving him a chance to catch back up. Number of very solid drives there from some people, but yeah, Aston Martin just perfect strategy.
What they were doing. How dare we question them?
That's it.
They're number 1 on the leaderboard for a reason, and they're proving it more.
Even double stacked a pit stop and still finish 1-2.
Smithy with the dance moves on the way out there. I haven't seen that one before. That's a nice one. Lifts up the Austrian Grand Prix trophy. Of course, we've still got a race to come, so he'll start from P10 to the next one. We'll see what sort of damage he can do. But he gives his Aston Martin teammate, well, it's Jaden Chia giving him a bit of a champagne shower there. Both very happy. And in P3, it was Jerry Can who came from P15. So he'll be very happy with that. Probably driver of the day, if not Ben Curtis in P2. Sorry, from P18, coming from Tier 2 to finish in P6. He'd be very pleased with that, well, Ben Curtis. But Zachary Smith, Jaden Chia, and Jerry Can are your podium. Tom Malone disqualified for not using the appropriate amount of tyres. A couple of DNFs in the bag as well. Not many penalties in Tier 1, it must be said. So nice work, but some interchangeable conditions that had everything that first race in Tier 1. And we've still got another one to come. So hang on to your hats. We'll go and reverse this grid. We'll chuck Zachary Smith in P10. And we will rejoin proceedings not very far away from the final race of the evening here in Tier 1. Bear with us. One to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pretty mixed evening in terms of weather. Tier 3 kicked us off with torrential rain in qualifying. We've had some inters on, we've had softs and mediums, we've had some hard runners as well. Every single tyre has been used tonight, from the wets all the way through to the hards. What else do you need? We've got one race to go. What more could be in store for us as we go? 17 more laps? How many laps have been in them? 18? 18 laps to go. Zachary Smith and Jaden Chia getting it absolutely on point there in race 1. So, I'm not sure who finished in P10. We were so enthralled in the battle up the front that I missed out on who is starting on pole here from P10 in the last race. I can't remember who that was. Well, we'll check that out when we get to it, of course. But now, as I said, final preparations being made now. Tyres going on, looking pretty dry here for race 2, which is what we want to see to round out the night. Poor old Alex having some issues with the new patch, apparently, and that's why we saw Alex fall back through the field in race 1. There's been plenty of drivers who have had races to forget. Neil lamenting as well. Gerald Chu DNFing. Avid's having a rough old time of it. There's been plenty of drivers tonight who have come foul of something or another, but there's also been some really good stories as well. A lot of drivers coming from the back of the field to finish on podiums and whatnot, so it has just been a topsy-turvy evening, very difficult to keep up with. My poor old brain needs a rest at this point.
Yeah, it's double the work at the moment.
I'm G'd up and I'm ready to go for one final crack at it.
I mean, it's been entertaining. That's what it has been.
100%.
Hasn't it what? It's been entertaining every bloody week so far.
Yeah, exactly. It never fails to deliver. This Octane Online Racing Legends series. ACC, very exciting as well, but I just love commentating this series. The pace of the cars and the margin for error much lower here in F1 than in ACC. So the Dutch formation lap joining us again. What language do they speak in Bahrain? That's a good question. We'll have to find out before next week. I hope there's an Arabic. Would probably be. Am I wrong in saying Arabic, or is that racist? Maybe I shouldn't have a stab at that. I don't know. I don't bloody know.
It's not racist to try and understand the name of the culture.
Okay, good. Good. I get a pass for that one.
I'm going to say, if
people in Bahrain, their official language is Arabic.
Yeah.
It is Arabic. Oh, look, there you go. Not only was I not racist, I got it right.
According to Google.
Get in there, son.
According to Google, their language is Arabic.
Zachary Smith and Jane Share leading the standings at the moment, winning race 1 as well, so they extend their lead. Zikai Chu will be looking to improve here in this race as we get underway for race 2. Just waiting for the cars to find their spots on the grid now. There it is. We're ready to go. It's Muhammad Afan leading us away from Danny Wong. They are 1 and 2. As the lights light up. Hey, it's not 10 red lights anymore. It is only 5 red lights here, and away they go. Muhammad Afan got off the line pretty well, but Danny Wong had an even better start, so he will lead us into turn 1, I would suggest. And then back through the field, Zikai Chu and Kyle Jackson both had... Oh, it's somewhere around there.
It's been squashed.
And I think Zach got caught up in that too.
Yeah, Mitch Weatherburn was in the middle of a sandwich there at turn 1.
Why don't I have
Zachary
control?
Smith down to P20.
Oh, yeah. That was not how he wanted this to go.
No, it looks like Tom Malone got
some more.
race, but Mitch Weatherburn and Zachary Smith have dropped a bunch of positions.
Jaden
Chia
Chia
as well.
Yeah, that was in turn 2, that one. So both the first 1-2 of last race have flown backwards after getting caught up in other people's accidents there.
Look at that Christmas tree of a board. Literally no one other than Kyle Jackson is still in their position. What a shambles of a first 2 sectors for all of these drivers. Goodness me. All over the place.
A tenth of each other or so. No one's over a second behind. No one's even over half a second, really. It's one car at 7/10, 2 cars.
Those Aston Martin boys, Zachary Smith. He's in pit lane, it looks like. So surely they've just started on the softs and he's just going to get off them now. Hopefully that's the case.
Can we check tyres?
So Mohammed Afan, after starting on pole, now putting Connor Kingston under pressure, having dropped back to 5th. So not the start that Mohammed Afan wanted. Danny Wong got off the line really nicely and put it up the inside of him. And Zekai Chu also doing very nicely. So Zekai Chu on for a really good showing here with Zachary Smith down the back of the field, and Jaden Chia not far away from the back of the field. Zekai on for a haul of points here.
Zachary Smith, though, has put on those medium tyres, and he is in fresh air, so he's going to be just doing whatever lap times he bloody feels like doing. So look for him to be right up the pointy end after everyone makes their pit stops, because he will be flying now.
Jared Ellis, after DNFing early in the first one, now challenging Alex Bowen.
And that's a brave place to go around the outside. He's made it stick, though. Great move.
DRS is enabled now. We got lap 3. Look for some
Weatherbird's right on the back of Alex here. Get a bit of a DRS train happening.
And zipping along. Zekai in the lead now. Was he in the lead?
No, he has gotten one done on Danny Wong, maybe using that first DRS zone to extend the way up to turn 3 there. So nice work, Zekai. Moves into the lead of this one.
Everyone's going everywhere. It's so close.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up in all seriousness.
Yeah.
But there's a huge mix of tyres out there too, which I think is what's causing all of this mumble jumble. The soft runners trying to sort themselves out amongst the medium runners, and
there's a lot more drivers on softs now than there was in the first race.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a full yellow. It was a full yellow grid there at one point, was it not? Everyone on mediums.
I think everyone jumped onto the softs hoping for that early safety car like last race and never got it.
Ben Curtis having a little issue around the penultimate corner there. Opened the door for Alex Bowen to go through, and Alex got one done on Mitch Weatherburn, who went in the pit stop. That'd be why.
He's going for that early pit stop to get the mediums on again, like he did last race.
Jared being chased by Alex Bowen up into turn 3 here. Alex going around the outside and getting it done well before the corner as well. And then behind, that looks like Tom Malone is going to have a crack at Caleb van der Reyden, who is on the disadvantaged tyre. Not finished as Caleb van der Reyden. Tom Malone has to sneak in behind because Caleb managed to get the DRS on Ben Curtis in front of them. So hangs on to that position. But Tom Malone looking very threatening here on the soft tyre.
Runs a little bit wide there. Jared Ellis picks up through. Oh, Tom's
big snap from Tom Malone.
Great save.
Hangs on to it.
A couple of 5-second penalties out there too for contact, I believe, or passing off the track.
Yeah, I think they were severe collision ones. Maybe I didn't see what they'd come through for.
Ben Curtis with no DRS and flat out of battery gets done by Caleb van der Reyden. Then Tom Malone gets an excellent
by everyone.
That is a great turn 1 from Tom Malone as he moves up past Ben Curtis as well. And he'll now look to put Caleb van der Reyden under pressure as they make their way through to turn 4.
Yeah, he had to be ginger on the throttle there. He had straddled that sausage curb, and you do not want to get on the gas while on that curb. That's why we've seen so many people come off in turn 1 there.
So he's looking likely, Tom Malone.
Zachary Smith has reeled in Mitch Weatherburn at the back there, so
very quickly too. Yeah.
Those two guys on those mediums in clear air, apart from the two of them together, are going to make some time up on these guys battling, I think.
Jordan Wong slides down the inside of Mohammed Afan there. Closes up to Dimitri Forrester.
Everyone's been very well behaved so far this race.
So far.
Got some spice happening.
Tom Malone in the pits.
Zekai Chu's done a couple of blitzer laps and pulled out 2 seconds on Kyle in second. He's doing a really good job.
The 2 Alfa Romeo teammates getting one done on each other. No team orders there either. Dimitri Forrester moves up to P4. Reserve driver Connor Kingston to P5. And Jordan Wong now putting him under pressure from behind. A little bit of a waggle there in the braking zone. Careful. And a touch on the rear means that Mohammed Afan gets involved.
Jordan Wong did very well to get himself out of the way there.
Oh, those tyres are going to be red hot now. Poor old Jordan's going to have to be very ginger carrying on.
Yeah, good job to drive it to the infield. Great awareness, realising he was nearly on the racing line, so best just to get right off.
Choose in the pits.
Right.
Daniel Wong follows him in. Those soft runners now.
Seems to be 5 or 6 laps, that's it. Yeah, most of them
Alex
doing 5
Bowen's
laps.
in. Nando's in.
6 laps completed and yeah, pitting on that 6 lap.
Jaden Chia's in as well. I think Nathan Monk. So there's a lot of guys pitting this lap.
See
Where are they all going to
out.
come out in relation to Mitch and Zachary Smith, who've just come onto the straight now? Zekai's still going to
Fair
be in
bit
front.
behind.
They're going to pass everyone except Zekai and Daniel Wong.
Well, it's going to be side by side as they come out. This is tight. Can we jump back to the to Zachary Smith?
Alex Bowen has slipped right in between Mitch Weatherburn and Zachary Smith.
Oh, there it is. Wow, so he's going to need a little bit of
Zachary's going to get it done around the outside. Great move.
Put a yellow flag again. Someone up the front's gone around.
That's Connor Kingston
Connor.
falling back through the field.
Yep. He's sitting on the infield there. He's at a moment
just around the
out of
corner
his
here, so hopefully he's off the racing line. He's done well to rejoin safely there, but yeah, backward through the field he goes. So Zekai Chu currently leading the way of the drivers who have stopped, and has DRS open due to the drivers who have dropped into the pits there. Gerald Chu, Jared Ellis, Jerry Can, and Mohammed Afan all popping in for another visit. So Zekai Chu's trying to pull a gap from Danny Wong, and is basically 3.5 seconds clear. So looking really strong here, Zekai Chu.
He's going really, really fast here, actually.
He didn't have the result he wanted in the first race, so he'll be looking to make amends this one.
And his Mercedes teammate Nathaniel Christ also having a race to forget in the first ones, but looking really nicely up here in P5 at the moment. Obviously hasn't pitted yet, but we'll be pretty pleased to be in P5.
Alex and Zach having a battle. The delta went down to .00 something. Here they go again.
Side by side. To get a bit of a gap on these two now.
Battling hard. Don't want to burn up their tyres too much too early in the stint. Wonder if they both know each other's quick, but obviously Alex just wanting to get himself in front.
Front runners have all stayed out for another lap.
Tom Malone threatening behind Jordan Wong here. Tom Malone on pretty fresh mediums. Jordan Wong yet to pit, I think.
Ben Curtis is doing well to 8-lap old softs. They wouldn't be feeling too crash hot at the moment.
Up the inside, Tom Malone. He's having a great race so far, making a few moves stick. But Smithy, after that early pit stop, is up in a P10 now. Just what sort of result can he pull from this race?
He's effectively P5 out of the cars that have pitted so far. And they are catching the front 5 runners who haven't pitted yet. Ben Curtis will probably come in this lap. His softs are just bleeding time to the cars behind.
I'm surprised he's still out there on
Paid
this
out, yeah, I'm very surprised.
Long stint to do on them. 9 laps. Or is he playing the team game and helping Alex out?
Yeah,
gonna
might
hold
be
up the
as well. That's a very good point. Tom Malone picked up a 3-second
Oh, Nando up the inside of Zachary
those
Smith
drivers.
and Alex Bowen. Nice one.
So thank you very much.
Take a double overtake. Jared Ellis wants in on this action as well.
Jared looking for a bag of points here. Oh, save there from Zachary
That was
Smith.
a lovely save.
That was a bit too much right foot there. Wow. heating up those tires, and that's what happens too. You start to heat them up, and then with all this battling, and you just you start having more and more of those moments, and you got to give them a break, let that temperature come back down.
Dimitri Forrester's in the pits. He's slapping his soft tires on.
Ben's gone around again. He's just seen how many laps you can do on these softs.
Maybe he's going for the Tom Malone strat. Maybe he's just going to get disqualified at the end of the race. He reckons that might be the way to go.
He can't really. He can hold up P6 and that by defending. Then he's not blue flag, so he can help Alex catch up a bit.
I wonder if that is the strat they're going for.
Well, I mean, he's a fill-in, so
he's in
not
position
really
to do it,
in the championship fight. But with 10-lap old softs, I can't imagine he's going to be able to put up much of a fight. Those things will be absolute garbage.
Jeez, we've got our tinfoil hats on up here at the moment, looking for conspiracy theories.
Look, we're doing our best. These guys are being too well behaved this race.
It's just the strategy. Like, it really is just the strategy. You think of the Red Bulls at the end of last year. That amazing defense.
Who's that around? We've got a Mercedes.
3 yellow. That's the Mercedes of Nathaniel Christ, who is facing the wrong way, just around the corner here.
Going again now. He's taking it straight into pit lane.
So it was a good start to the race for Nathaniel.
And we'll be looking to get this move done up into turn 3. Looks like he is going to get it done pretty comfortably. No, not really. He pulled out and just lost all that speed. Connor Kingston's been done for speeding in pit lane.
Tom Malone up the inside of turn 3 again. He's looked very likely.
Managed to hang on to it.
Still wants a piece of Muhammad Afan down into turn 4, and it looks like this time he gets it done. Jordan Wong also sneaks on through. And Jaden Chia as well. Muhammad Afan just got mugged in broad daylight. He lost 3 positions in the space of 1 quarter, and around goes Jaden Chia, I think that was, falling backwards through the field now. There's a couple of cars.
Muhammad Afan's had a moment as well. So that's not ideal for the Aston Martin boys.
Ben Curtis has decided to pit. Oh, Zach's
mopped up 3 seconds.
I don't. Pushing the limits a bit too hard. So Zekai is in the lead by quite a hefty margin, although we have a fresh
softs behind him.
5 laps.
Oh,
5 laps.
Be looking to run him down.
A second a lap he's looking for.
Dimitri Forrester right on the back of Kyle Jackson as well. Those guys need to not get caught battling each other.
Yes.
They just need to sort it out between them and use the pace of those tyres to help them catch Zekai. Dimitri's gotten past.
Say that they start battling.
They spend too much time battling each other. They're not going to be able to contend for the lead.
Dimitri's out of battery, or low on battery too. We saw the flashing there. Does Kyle have the pace though to catch Zekai? They haven't caught any time this lap at all.
Zekai has looked really strong in this race so far. So with only 5 laps to go, don't know how they'll go making up a second per lap, especially as you said, if they keep getting in each other's way here. They might think, you know what, we're not going for P1. Dimitri thinks he's racing for P2, so up to turn 3 here. I reckon Dimitri looking pretty likely. If not turn 3, then definitely down into turn 4. We'll hang here just for a little longer to see if Dimitri gets anything done. Grid Joke's doing very nicely up here in P4, just waiting patiently to see if this develops into anything else. Kyle Jackson got an excellent run out of turn 3 and is miles down the road on his fresh softs, so it won't be this lap.
See what, Grid Jokes here is just happily sitting behind them, ready to pick up the pieces if they run into each other.
Yep. On mediums too, so those tyres won't fall off at all as we come into the closure of this race. He'll be happy.
Zach's mediums are starting to show signs that it's starting to get a bit long in the tooth now as he's in a bit of a battle.
Up the inside of Caleb there. That was dangerous.
Oh my goodness.
Jared Ellis is now having a look up the inside.
Had someone come off too. One of the Haas, not one of the Haas, it's one of the...
Jordan Wong's had a moment.
Wong, he was quite pacey as well. Oh
yeah,
man,
I think Zach's medium tyres.
Oh, Tom Malone now. Up the inside.
Jared Ellis.
Tom Malone looking very racy here in race 2.
Stay
He's made a
there.
couple of moves.
Oh,
And he
that's
sends
brave.
Jared. No, that was close.
Jesus, how the hell have they all missed him?
That was, like I said, that was brave. As it was happening, I'm like, this is so brave to go over that curb, because who knows what's going to happen when you land. And sure enough, it landed sideways and round she went.
That's unfortunate. Jared Ellis was having a brilliant race up until that moment. Tom Malone will be moving on to Zachary Smith now, who, as you said, whose medium tyres are really starting to show some wear now.
That being said, Mitch Weatherburn is doing a great job on his, so not all hope is lost, but I do think Zikai Chu has got this race in the bag, as Kyle has pulled in about a second and about 8 or so tenths per lap. Not quite the second he needed, but also Dimitri sort of bothered him a bit as he came out of the pits and as his tyres were coming up to temp, so that kept that first lap at 5 seconds, so he didn't gain any time on that first lap.
Which is within DRS of Grid Jokes now for P4. Alex Bowen up 10 positions to P6 at the moment.
Yeah, much
The
better
yellow
race 2.
flag looks like Jaden Chia is round again at turn 1.
Oh, after a dominating performance in race 1, the Aston Martin's struggling in this one. Zachary Smith won't be too displeased with P8 after an early issue. But Jaden
Finally, we're
Chia,
going to have someone other than an Aston Martin win a race.
yeah,
They have dominated Tier 1 in the first 3 races of the season.
I said Zikai Chu needed to close the gap, and that's exactly what he's done here.
Coming around 2 laps to go.
Obviously, race 2 not worth as many points as race 1 due to the reverse grid, but any advantage Zikai can pull back onto Smithy is an advantage, so he'll take it.
Yeah, and Zach's
Tom Malone wants a piece of Zach Smith here.
going to say, yeah, he's really hurting here. He's dropped a lot off the car in front. Has no DRS to defend with.
Tom Malone will get him here up into P3, I can imagine. He'll want to have a look at him.
Smithy burning every ounce of battery he's got. He just pulled away from Tom Malone coming out of turn 1, but you can see the red light flashing now. He's wounded. Tom looking likely, ready to pounce. DRS open, using whatever battery he's got left. Zachary got a good exit out of turn 3. Don't think it's going to happen down here for Tom Malone. 2 laps to go.
If you watch this back, Tom, you really want to sit in that DRS to get them in the
Slipstream.
tyre tracks of the car. Yeah, you're getting those tyre tracks of the car in front. As we've had Nathaniel have a bit of a spin out the back there, battling away for about 13th, I think it was.
Interesting night on debut for Nathaniel. He's clearly got the pace. He's been mixing it with the top 5 a couple of times, but disappointing result in race 1 and a spin or 2 here in race 2. You got to be on your ball in Tier 1 if you want to get any sort of result. You've got to be consistent, strong, lacking in penalties. So he'll learn from this and he'll come back next week, potentially into Bahrain, and we'll see how he goes then.
As Alex gets himself a 3-second penalty, so now they're going to potentially lose a spot or 2 behind him.
This is going to be Mitch Weatherburn's last chance to nab that P4, but I don't think he's going to quite get close enough. As we've got Mohammed Irfan round at turn 3.
There we go. I'm very close, but not being able to get it done.
But it's Zikai Chu with 2 corners to go. He's going to come home for the race victory.
Great drive. This was solid.
Been a fantastic drive for him this race. Congratulations, well done. Kyle Jackson's going to hang on for P2. Dimitri Forrester P3.
Oh, did he make across the line?
He has crossed the line.
He's got
Oh,
the checkered flag, so he's come across the line. I don't know whether he was trying to get some spicy wiggles happening there and just got it wrong, but he came across the line, so whatever.
Mitch Weatherburn managed to get past Anil Wong, 0.009. So Mitch has pipped him with the DRS on the main straight for P4.
It was pretty close between Nathan Monks and Brian Ando as well. Nathan Monks just grabbing P10 by 0.065, so very close between a couple of cars there as they came across the line.
Jaden Cheese had another off as well. Oh no. Poor Jaden. Are they 6 tenths
P2 in
behind
the
Connor?
first race.
Oh man.
P20 in the second race.
Yeah. That was both Zach and Jaden had a
Right, I
bad.
think he's going to pit Connor on the line.
Oh,
And
he does?
He did. He pit Connor on the line there for P19.
Well done.
Zikai Chu, race winner, closes the gap in the driver's standings. Alex Bowen, well deserved, gets the Codemasters driver of the day. We're pretty pleased with that, considering how poorly race 1 went for Alex. So good to get a good result there in race 2. But your Tier 1 winner for race 2 was, as I said, Zikai Chu. Looked really strong early on, got the pit stop out of the way very early. And looked really, really sticky through most of that second phase of the race as well. So a pretty comfortable victory in the end for Zikai Chu. Good battle to the finish for the podium positions as well. So plenty of interesting developments across all tiers tonight in terms of driver standings and even constructors standings. The abacus will be out now, and moving on into Bahrain next round, it'll be very interesting to see what that does to the tables. But the table tonight reads Zikai Chu in P1, Kyle Jackson grabbed P2, and Dimitri Forrester had an excellent race from P12 to get up into P3. Plenty of drivers making moves. Tom Malone, the most of those from P20 up to P9, will be very happy as well. Nathan Monks rounded out the top 10. Every driver finishing and being classified is good to see from Tier 1. Nice work to those drivers. It was another interesting night, especially through Tier 3 and Tier 2. Jacob Weatherburn, you joined me for the whole thing. Justin Tate, how'd you find it?
The sprint rounds always shake it up. Championship standings and everything, there's always chaos. It's been another fantastic night of racing.
What do we got coming up this week, ACC-wise? Are we on to our endurance round, I believe? So
90 minutes of Bathurst.
Bathurst.
I'm disappointed that I'm not racing this week. It would have been incredible.
I'm in the Porsche, so I'm going to be putting my sail up and hoping for a wind heading down the main straight down Conrad for me.
The Honda feels incredible around Bathurst. It's a lovely car to drive around there.
It's a
I'm yet
shitty
to do
race
any
to
laps,
miss out
though,
on.
so we'll see how we go.
Unlucky, Jay. Well, hopefully you can tune in on Wednesday and Thursday to have a look at that. Tuesday night, obviously, the rookies getting amongst it as well. And then next week, as I said, Sunday, heading off to Bahrain for the Legend Series next Sunday night. My name's Jamie Conboy. Jacob Weatherburn and Justin Tate have joined me again, and we will see you next week. Until then, this is Octane Online Racing. Have a good night.